Hello, everyone.
Good to go.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our 11th in the series of 20 sales, demonstrations, and conversations with potteries. We're here at Andrea Fisher Fine Pottery in Santa Fe, and I'm Andrea Fisher. I'll be your guide today, so to speak. We are doing this series for the entire month of August, Tuesdays through Saturdays, beginning sort of around 11 o'clock. Some of the schedules are a little bit different, but if you need to check them precisely, go to our website at AndreaFisherPottery/2020, and you will see the full schedule there. The reason why we chose to do these demonstrations and conversations and sales of some of our favorite potters is because Indian Market this year has been canceled. Indian Market, if you're not familiar with it, is a celebration that has taken place for just about 100 years. Either this year will be their 100th anniversary or next year, depending on whether they count this year at all, since everything is so different. But Indian Market has been going on for that long, and it's attracted, every year, close to 2,000 Native American artists who bring their wares to share with the public and to sell to the public. For a lot of the artists, the income that they make from this two-day event in Santa Fe represents a great part of their annual income. For some of them, it's their only annual income. And you can imagine how devastated everyone was when, unfortunately, Indian Market was canceled. So in an effort to help some of our artists, we've decided to do these informative, in-depth demonstrations and conversations with them and sell their pieces as well. We have 9 more after this, and of course it's all scheduled on our website. But just for a little preview, tomorrow we have Sherry Tafoya. Sherry Tafoya is from Santa Clara Pueblo, and she does this wonderful carved work with a real emphasis on red pieces of pottery. But Sherry is well known for her beautiful polish and her very deep and clean carving. The next day, which is Thursday, we have Jackie Shativa. And Jackie Shativa is from Yakima Pueblo. And she does, for the most part, corrugated ware, which is this textured that you see on the outside. She leaves the coils exposed and then with a fingernail presses into each one of the coils. At Yakima Pueblo, traditionally this was cookware, and it was her mama, Stella Shativa, who decided to do corrugated ware and not use it as cookware and let the white clay stand on its own and make these beautiful, beautiful pieces. But we'll have Jackie here on Thursday. On Friday, we have Carolyn Concho. Now, you've already seen one of Carolyn's sisters, Rebecca Lucario, who was here last Tuesday. But Carolyn is completely different than Rebecca. Rebecca does lots of geometric designs, but Carolyn does a lot of the old Mimbres designs. And it is believed that the people at Yakima are the ancestors of the Mimbres people who migrated from southern New Mexico. And then on Saturday, we have Sammy Naranjo and Melanie Gutierrez. They are both from Santa Clara. This is sort of a Santa Clara week. And they do this he does this wonderful sgraffito work with this nice sort of coffee-colored rim, and then lots and lots of etching into the pot. Melanie, his significant other, makes mostly turtles, but that should be another fun day as well. So tune in all those other days to see what we're up to. This group of videos is now currently on YouTube. So if you have not tuned into the first 10 that we did, they are up and running on YouTube. And if you go to youtube.com and then search for Andrea Fisher Fine Pottery, all 10 of those videos will come up. And if you should happen to miss something in today's presentation, the one that is being recorded now will be available in its entirety on YouTube, maybe about 2 hours after we end. So anyway, that is, that's sort of the plan. That's a little bit of the past and a bit of the future. But as far as the present is concerned, one of the main reasons, maybe the main reason we're here, is so that we can support the two Santa Clara potters that we have here today, who will be demonstrating for you, and their pieces will come up on your screen now and again, and
in about 45 minutes, the pieces will be online.
Okay, the pieces will be online in our website in about 45 minutes. They will be in the end section, so go to the website, www.andreafisherpottery.com, click on artists, click on N for Naranjo. Luckily, you only have one letter to think about because everybody here today except me is named Naranjo. And both Kevin and his second cousin, Joseph, are listed in the N words. And the pieces that you'll see are the ones that are available for sale. They are in descending order of price. So the most expensive one is at the top, and as you scroll down, the pieces get less and less expensive until you reach the one that is the least expensive of them all. Now, today we have two wonderful, talented potters. Yes, they are related as second cousins, but if you made that judgment by their work, you would not know that at all because their pieces are very, very different. And what Eunice told me before we started, which I thought was really kind of fun, Eunice is Joe's wife, and we'll talk to her part of the time. She is not as big of a participant in the process as the two guys are. But she told me that every once in a while when Joseph has a few extra pieces that he has polished, he gives them to Kevin, and Kevin does sgraffito work on them, and then they share in the profits, which is a very lovely collaboration, I think. But anyway, without further ado, I would like to introduce both of them. Well, I was going to say the guy in the blue shirt, but they both have on blue shirts. But Joseph Naranjo, I would like to introduce him. And Joseph, if you could say a few words, that would be great.
Sure. I'm from Santa Clara Pueblo, as Andrea had mentioned. I've been doing this pottery for quite a few years. It's been probably as far back as I can remember. Started with my grandma, and then my mom also. They were the two main potters in our family, and it kind of branched out from there. And so been involved with it for quite a while.
Quite a while. And the other blue shirt is Kevin Naranjo.
Well, good morning. My name's Kevin, and I've been doing pottery too since probably I was like 4. Same thing. My grandmother and my mom and my aunt, my great grandmother, they all had the clay out, and they'd be making pottery, and I'd always want to play with the clay, but they get mad because the clay was precious. It was always took a lot of time just to make the clay, because you sift it through several screens, and so I got to play with the clay once in a while, or get in trouble with it.
Well,
But
you know, what I'm seeing over 10 of these conversations is Grandma must be the most important person in the world, because Grandma, in almost every case, was the sole teacher of the potters. Few of the potters, they learned on their own, trial and error, and in some cases, as you may see on the videos, there was, well, let's say there was a disaster now and then, because trial and error can sometimes be a pretty dangerous thing, especially when you're playing with fire. Joseph, what was your grandma's name?
Nestoria Gutierrez is her name.
And from Santa Clara?
Yes, from Santa Clara.
And how old were you when she began teaching you?
She was, well, I was probably about the same age as Kevin, right around in that area, if I remember right. She was already in her 80s at that time. And besides that, Kevin's working on, she was still making those types of pots.
Water jars.
When she was 80 years old.
Wow.
And so she was pretty active. She went throughout the whole village and visited with a lot of people in the village. But yeah, the process, she's the one that probably got all of us together and helped us learn how to make pottery. My mother didn't really start making pottery until she was older, and it was her sister and my grandmother that taught her how to do that. And then from there, she just kind of took off and taught the rest of the family.
Well, do you have any memories of the pottery making? Any stories about your grandma that you would like to share with us?
Yeah, when I was small, my parents would drop me off at her house, and she taught me a lot of stuff. She was pretty fun. She was pretty neat. She taught me how to throw a top, and she wind it up and practice, and then finally I got the hang of it. But she would throw it and spin the top, and I would be totally amazed how she'd do that. And she taught me how to play marbles, and while we were at her house, and she had a dirt floor, and so she would make little pockets in the dirt floor. We'd be in her house, both of us played marbles.
So you didn't need any kind of board or any special equipment, just a bag of marbles, huh?
No, just the dirt floor and digging out the potholes where we would shoot in, and so she taught me how to do that.
Were you required to fill them in after the game was over?
Yeah, we had to. And then when it was ready to play again, we just dig them back out.
Dig them back out again. Oh, well, having you learn how to spin the top, did that come in handy when it was time to pitch rocks into the Rio Grande River?
Oh yeah. That was spinning rocks, and then I thought I was being really helpful at that age. And she'd take me out, and we'd go get chopped wood and bring kindling in to make fire so we could have lunch or breakfast. I was just a little guy, so the axe was pretty huge, and chopping wood. And
Probably
so,
weighed more than you did.
Oh yeah, I could barely lift it up. But she chopped it. So one time, it was about maybe a month or two later, I was at her house, and she says, "Let's go out and chop wood." And so we got out there, and she had a little shed by the wood pile, and she goes into her shed to get the axe. And then this time she brought out a little axe, just my size.
Your
so,
size.
so that was pretty cool. But she would, that's just the kind of woman she was. She would do that not only with her own children, but where she lived in the village, all the kids in the village area, down in the village, she would always be doing stuff with all the children in the entire village.
Even up until the end.
Yes.
Yeah.
She would play, she'd go from house to house, walking. Sometimes the kids would be playing tag, and so when she walked, and they would be playing tag with her until she walked past that place, and then she would finish. And this is all when she was 80 plus years old.
Wow.
And she lived to be around 101.
Wow. You know, so many of those old lady potters, I shouldn't talk about old ladies because I'm in that category, but those old lady potters, they just live practically forever. And I guess, you know, the whole process of making pottery is something that is very calming and soothing, and you can just zone out into your own little private space, and you're not worried about whether there's enough paper in the printer or whether you have the exact change for the bridge toll, or you know, there's a traffic jam up ahead and you're not going to make it to work on time. I mean, for work, you just went to the kitchen table. Yeah. So what are you going to do for us today?
Well, I'm going to go ahead and start off with just getting some clay out and begin making a piece, just so you can kind of get an idea of that process. I'm not going to make a large piece, but more a piece just to show what we do. One of the things I have is what we call a puki. My grandmother's puki, when I remember her, she would make huge pots, water jugs, water bases about this high, and she'd use a puki on the bottom. And in her time, I remember her using baskets, and she would put a cloth in the basket, and then put the clay in there and build it that way. And so kind of got a little modern.
Yeah, right, there it goes. And the cloth inside the basket was to ensure that the clay wouldn't stick, I assume.
Yes, so it wouldn't stick to the basket. And then,
did she ever leave the impression of the basket in the piece?
The impressions were there, but what she did was after she took it out, when it got to a certain, probably like leather hard, then she took out the marks.
Oh, the marks. I love seeing the marks in the old ones of the baskets.
Yeah.
Now, where did you didn't go to the store and buy that clay?
No, this is all made the way that traditionally go up to the hills.
So what does that mean traditionally?
That means there's a place in Santa Clara in the hills where clay is, and we go get that, and there's another place where some white sand, volcanic ash is, mixing those together, and that's how we make the clay. Of course, we sift it out and get all the impurities out of there, so then that way it's not so gritty.
Well, Santa Clara Pueblo is about 25 miles north of Santa Fe, and it is adjacent to the city/county of Los Alamos.
Mm-hmm.
And the Pueblo is down by the river, of course, a water source, and the clay sources are closer up the mountain towards Los Alamos than the village.
Yeah, they're in the hills there.
In the hills.
Yeah.
Well, you know, there's an enormous volcanic caldera, which is now a national park, in the Jemez Mountains. And a volcanic caldera is when the volcano erupts. After it's finished, the lava that remains in the tube that comes from inside the earth. When that cools, it shrinks and it makes these incredible valleys. And the Valley Caldera, meaning cauldron or pot, when that cooled, since it was the largest caldera in the world, there is this incredible valley. And it has herds of elk and all kinds of wildlife in there. And I mean, you can see across it that because of New Mexico's really clear skies, in some places it's as much as 20 miles. And if you're ever in New Mexico, it's a well-kept secret, but that national park is up there, and I believe you need to have reservations in order to go hiking and be in the caldera. Am I wrong?
Yep, you can just go to the visitor center.
Oh, now that it's a national park. Before, I know when it was first opening, that was the case.
Oops. Oh, did I
But
crash?
and when that volcano blew, it deposited all that volcanic ash that you use for your pots.
Yes.
Now, why do you add volcanic ash to the clay?
What happens is if we just did clay by itself, it wouldn't, because clay shrinks when it dries, it'll be cracking. And so what the ash does, it works as a something that allows the clay to shrink and expand without
So it's like
cracking.
a binder?
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
a binder. And if you didn't put that in there, would it just crumble eventually?
Eventually, well, I made pieces with just the clay, thinking that I could take shortcuts.
Never mind.
But that doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
And so when the piece came out okay with making it, but then when I fired it, it blew up. And
Whoops.
it just, because the pot, when it gets hot, it expands really fast. And so it just popped and broke into pieces. And so that's what the sand does. It allows, when the clay expands, it allows it to do that.
No, is it an easy job getting clay?
It's a lot of work. Kevin
I knew you'd say that.
Kevin used to get in trouble because, and same thing with, I think all the kids when we play with clay, they always, well, here you can have.
Yeah, I have about
You
that
can
much.
have this much.
Yeah, right. Make something with it, right?
And then when you get done, put it back because it's a lot of work. And it is, yeah. So you have to go up and dig it out, and it's hot.
And what does it look like when you dig it out?
Well, it looks like this here.
Looks like chocolate.
Yeah.
Ooh, yummy.
Yeah, when it's wet.
That's hard.
That's hard.
Yeah, and it looks. That's the way it looks in the ground.
Yeah, that's when you dig it out.
Yeah, and it's actually like moist now at this point. So you have to let it sun dry, and then after you let it sun dry, then finally you can let it soak again, and then it'll break down. Because if you try and do it like that while it's still wet, it's not going to break down.
Yeah, it'll just get clumpy.
Yeah.
So in other words, if it's already moist, it doesn't take any more water. And if it is dried out, then it really soaks it up
Yeah.
and starts to get into the consistency that you want to use it. Well, how much do you usually get at a time?
Me, I probably at least get a couple 5-gallon buckets when I get my clay, and then and then I'll put that out to dry, and then I'll sift a 5-gallon bucket at a time, and then since it's already measured out to 5 gallons, and then the same thing with white sand. I do kind of like a 60% of the clay and 40% of the white sand, almost half and half, but not quite. I use a little less white sand, And
And that's the volcanic ash
Yeah,
that you're calling white
yeah.
sand? Uh-huh.
yeah, we call it shooting in our language. It's the volcanic ash, and we'll sift both of them. I sift mine through like a
So
60 mesh.
when do you sift it? I'm a little confused. So you go get the clay, and then you let it dry.
Mhm.
Then what?
The clay we let it dry, and then after it dries out, then we soak it.
You soak it.
Then yeah.
Uh-huh. And then what happens?
Then after we soak it, then that's when I run the clay through a screen.
Oh, so you're straining it while
Yeah.
it has all of its
Yeah.
water in it.
Sometimes it's pretty easy if you can get it when it's broke down when it's dry, but it works. I tried it like that, like Joe's saying, you try a shortcut, but it's always best to do it the way you learned it the first round.
Well, you know, like chicken soup. When you cook all the chicken bones, do you save the bones or do you save the water? Because I know of one person, my neighbor across the road, who asked a friend of hers after the pot had stopped simmering and cooled down a little bit, could she strain it for her? And she did, and she saved the bones and threw out the water, which is the soup. But in your case, do you save what you strain out, or do you save the soup?
When I strain out, I usually just put aside, and everything that goes through as the good soup will go through another strain, and it goes from like a 60 mesh, 80 mesh, and then a 120 is the finest that I use.
So what's left behind is the
It's
stuff
like
you don't want?
Yeah, what's left behind is like the small rocks and
Oh, and the seeds
like roots.
and the roots.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah. So you save the soup.
Yes.
Uh-huh. And then do you let it sit for longer so that, because it seems like it would be pretty watery by then.
I try and do my white sand usually goes fast because it goes through dry. So then
Oh, so that's dry sifted and the clay itself is wet sifted.
yeah.
Okay.
So that's sifted the same way through the 60, 80, and the 120. Once I get but I do my clay first. That takes the longest. Then I'll do the white sand, and then after that, put out the tarp and a canvas tarp, and then put the white sand down on the tarp first, and then after that, then the clay on top of the white sand. Then after that, I
Start to mix.
yeah.
Yeah.
Then I have that's when I'll get my little ones. I have a 6-year-old and he just turned 10. Well, he's going to turn 10 this year, and then my little guy just turned 6. So that's when they get a step in the mud for me and
Oh, I
mix.
bet that's the best part.
They have fun, but they don't know they're working for me.
Now, how many pots will that 5 bucket make for you?
For me, since I
You do little
smaller
most
stuff.
of the time. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll last me like a year.
A year
Yeah,
for a whole bucket.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
And
And what about you, Joseph?
I'll go through a 5-gallon about a month.
In a month. Mhm.
Yeah.
So, how many buckets do you collect at a time? 12?
What I do is, I collect quite a bit. Usually about a tub like this, full,
Yeah.
and then I just set it aside and then start soaking it. And then, so I'll go ahead and let it, the same process that Kevin's talking about, let it go through that process. But I just let it dry, because the clay separates, and so I empty the water and then just let it dry all the way.
So the clay sinks to the bottom,
Yeah,
and all the riffraff.
Yeah, that's
To
after
the top.
sifting it and it's all cleaned out.
Uh-huh.
Then the clay separates down at the bottom. I just let that happen and then I just let it dry, even to harden. And then that way when I need it, I just add water, wrap it in a cloth and add water and it rehydrates and it's
Yeah.
ready to go.
There you go.
And so instead of, especially in the winter time.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the winter.
Yes.
What do you do in the winter? Because I'm sure you don't keep your clay in, well, maybe you do keep the clay inside the kitchen. I don't know.
Yeah, well, no, this is why I do it this way. After we mix it, a lot of times I just let it dry.
You let it dry.
Because in the winter time, I don't want to be mixing sand and clay together. So I just let it dry, then when it's time to use it, just put it in smaller blocks. And then when I need to use it, then I just wrap it in cloth and moisten it. And then it just rehydrates and then it's ready to go. So I don't have to be mixing clay in the winter time.
What do you do if you haven't planned ahead and, it's 14 degrees outside and you need some more clay? What? Do you not get it or do you go out there when the ground's frozen?
Used to do it that way, but after a while you learn not to do it anymore.
Really?
There goes that old trial and error.
Yeah, that's why I put it away in blocks and let it dry, and then in the winter time I just add water to it and then it rehydrates and it gets soft and then it's ready. So I'm not mixing clay in the winter, I'm just adding water to get it soft again. But the clay, the tuff or the white sand, the volcanic ash, it looks something like this. This is what that is. Before it's, we pound it and crush it down into a powder. Then when we run it through the sift, when we get done running it through the sift, it kind of looks like something like this. I don't know if you can see that.
Well, the camera can. That's what's important.
But anyways, it
Yeah.
looks kind of like that.
Wow.
Trying to get it like baby powder.
Yeah. And my grandmother, they didn't sift it out as well how we do it right now. And so when you try to carve and you're carving a piece, a lot of times you'll come across a rock and you're like, you just dig it out and then make it and fix the pot again. And so I think that's why we started going more with finer sift, so we don't have to be digging rocks out of the pots.
Well, especially with the really fine work that you do,
I used
even
to,
a tiny little rock, if it pops out, it changes your design.
yeah. Before we had the screens, I saw my grandpa sifting the clay for my grandma through using a stocking nylon.
Ooh,
Yeah,
cool.
so that
And I'm
works.
sure they had seams in the back too.
So so yeah, that's the old way is using those nylons. But it's a good thing now we have screens, so that's way more easier.
Well, I think the tools are really interesting. Over the last 10 of these demonstrations, we have seen old pizza pans, we have seen broken cups that act as scrapers, we've seen kitchen knives and forks and all kinds of things that you would find around. Oh, and Rebecca Lucario's favorite tool was the lid from a can of Skoal chewing tobacco.
Oh yeah, the sanding, I saw that.
The tin can lids, all kinds of things. And when you need something and you don't have sophisticated tools that are available to you or the means to purchase them, you make do. And oftentimes that becomes your favorite thing.
Yeah.
I know, especially with polishing stones, they're passed from generation to generation, especially at Santa Clara because they do so much polishing. Now, what are you doing there, Joseph?
I'm just getting the clay moist enough to start working with. It's moist right now, but it needs to be a lot moister
Yeah.
because we don't want any crack marks in the clay as we're building it. Because
So,
what happens if we get
Yeah.
crack marks at this stage, then when it dries into this, you won't see the crack marks. But then when you start polishing, then they start coming out.
oh, just wait.
Crack marks in the clay as we're building it. Because
So,
what happens if we get
Yeah.
crack marks at this stage, then when it dries into this, you won't see the crack marks. But then when you start polishing, then they start coming out. Yeah, just like this.
Yeah,
And then just,
and so you work it into the clay.
yeah. And then I just keep filling up, filling around the moisture in it. And
Yeah.
once it gets to a certain point, then it's ready to start building.
Well, I know one of the things that absorbs the moisture from the clay when it's wet, and when it's drier, sucks the moisture out, are your hands.
Yeah.
What do you do to take care of your hands?
Well, we used all kinds of lotions, and a lot of the lotions just didn't seem to work. Even the ones that say, your hands can be as dry as alligator skin, and
Yeah.
it just didn't work. And so,
Maybe it works on the alligators, not on humans.
yeah. And so we had a brother-in-law who owns a dairy,
Oh, I
And,
know what you're going to tell me.
and so they, when they milk their cows, the cows have the same challenge that they dry out. And so he brought some bag balm.
Lanolin.
Yeah, I guess that's
Yeah,
what.
it's lanolin, pure lanolin.
And so he brought bag balm, and that helps. That works really good. But so we have a can of bag balm at the house. So after we get doing this, because you do this a lot, your fingers just crack right all over here, and it's just pretty painful. And so we have to do that. Other times I'll put the bag balm on and then put the rubber gloves on and just overnight I'll just go.
Now, when the can is half emptied, you start mooing.
Yeah. Eunice doesn't like that. It wakes her up at night.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing quite like pure lanolin to help things out. But I know that we have one potter who said, "Oh no, I couldn't possibly do a demonstration because my hands look so bad." And well, it's part of the nature of the beast, I'm afraid. If you're going to work with clay, that's just part of the process.
Yeah, and I think what my grandma used to use back when she was doing the pottery, and I don't know for sure, but I would see her rubbing baking grease on her hand.
Oh boy, and she smelled good too.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe every dog in the neighborhood must have followed her around.
Yeah, so I guess that's what she was doing, was to moisten her hands, but yeah, but I don't know for sure, but I figured that's probably what she was doing.
Yeah, that sounds very, very possible.
Shit, I don't even use lotion.
You don't use lotion?
Dry.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it does it. It does. It works at your hands.
So are you still moistening the clay, getting it to the right consistency?
Okay, so it's just right now.
Yeah.
It's moist enough to where it'll form really easy. What I'm doing right now is I'm taking the air bubbles out of it, so it doesn't.
Because when you've been folding it over, little pockets occur.
Yes. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And so that's what I'm doing now, is I'm taking the air out.
And why is that necessary?
If you have a little air bubble in there, when it dries, a lot of times you won't see it inside the clay. And so when it dries and you've gotten to this stage and you don't see the air bubble, now you take it out to fire. Well, the air bubbles are going to expand and it'll pop your...
Air heats faster than the clay body.
Yeah.
Kind of the way popcorn works.
Yeah. And so when you're firing, you just listen, and if you start hearing popping, you're like, oh, there goes one.
That's an awful sound.
Yeah.
And if you fire more than one piece at a time, not only can that air pocket destroy the piece where it was contained, but it may take out something else that's in the fire as well.
Yeah, it might take out a good piece that's going to make it or damage another piece. But like this one's fired already. That's why I'm etching on it. It's just fired with wood and not with horse manure.
Did you make that pot?
This one, no, I didn't make this one.
Who made the pot?
My sister Shannon.
Oh.
Sharon.
Sherry?
Sharon Garcia.
Oh, Sharon Garcia.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's a beautiful piece. Honey, one of our gallery dogs, really likes it too, obviously. But the piece is absolutely
It is. She does some
gorgeous.
Nice shapes.
Because I'm not used to seeing you do things quite that large,
No.
Kevin. And the smaller pieces, you make those?
Yeah. What's up, puppy?
Yeah. Well, I think that was her stamp of approval, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, she's really like that.
Also, she's used to being given treats all day long. And while we're doing this, that sort of doesn't happen, and consequently, she makes it known.
Okay, so everything that, when I'm making a piece, I always start with a ball. All of my pieces are done in a circle first, everything.
It's sort of like a fat lemon.
Yeah, there you go. And then from here, that's where I start going out from this piece. I can do several shapes from this. Make a hollow piece, cut it in half, make it hollow. Have owls that I make that are hollow, but this is how everything comes from the circle at first. So what I have is a spooky here, and I'll just go ahead and put that in there, but before I do, I'm gonna, like my grandma, when she made it with the, made pots with the basket, I'll line it, but I don't use a cloth. I kind of get a little more modern using some, what is this stuff? Saran wrap, yeah.
The Saran Wrap Company
Yeah.
would be privileged to know that you start your pieces using their product.
Maybe we do a commercial with them, like Kevin, one of these days.
Yeah, there we go. Not only can you turn that container of liquid upside down, but you can make a piece of Native American pottery. Everybody has their own little secret and their own little way of doing it. And I think that's one of the things that we've learned the most from these 10, now 11 demonstrations and conversations, that everyone has their own way of doing it, even though the process is the same. I mean, it's theme with variation.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah, so.
That's the same way you make a tortilla.
Yeah.
Do you make tortillas at home too?
No, Eunice does that.
Eunice does that. Well, you look like you're pretty good at it. I would, Eunice, if I were you, I'd broke in.
Yeah, I don't want to get too good at it.
There we go. Maybe they're a little too thick, made out of clay rather than out of cornmeal.
Yeah, yeah.
I tried making tortillas like that. What a disaster.
Yeah, I don't know how to do it. But mine just, when I do that, they just don't come out right. They're like all
Lumpy.
different shapes.
Yeah, A, different shapes and B, kind of lumpy. So now you're pushing that clay into the puki,
Yes,
AKA a fruit dish from Walmart.
yeah. Now you know what a puki is, right?
Uh-huh, oh yeah.
You know what that translates into.
Oh no, what does it?
Tell them, Kevin.
It's where you sit your ass down.
What?
Say,
It's where you sit your ass down.
Oh.
like,
Yeah, like a
here's
butt,
your poo.
like a butt cheek.
Uh-huh.
Poo.
Yeah.
And then you
Key.
see, yeah.
Oh,
Now, kitty.
that's
Poo
really,
kitty.
that's
Put your
really-
poo on the, right here.
You put your cookie on the chair, huh?
Yeah. So that's what a puki is.
And that's in your language?
Uh-huh.
Is it in all of the Pueblo languages? Does it mean the same thing?
Tewa in the
And
Tewa
that's,
villages.
and that's
yeah.
what you speak in, at Santa Clara is Tewa?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tewa, and then I like to, since we're close to Española, I throw in the Cholo side too.
The Cholos, yeah, the Cholos, yeah, man.
I
Well,
tell-
Santa Clara Pueblo is surrounded by the city of Espanola.
Yeah, the Lone
and
Riders.
adjacent to, yeah.
Lone Rider capital of the world.
Also, I believe the heroin capital of the
Oh,
world.
yeah.
Yeah, they got medicine there, I guess, huh?
Yeah. You know, my next door neighbor is a physician in the emergency room at the hospital in Espanola, and she won an award from President Obama and was on the front page of the newspaper having to deal with heroin-addicted babies.
Oh,
Yeah,
And,
yeah,
I know,
that,
so awful, and she practices in Espanola, but
that's really sad, you know.
oh yeah.
And I think there was an article. Maybe it was about the same time
Uh-huh.
in the papers in Espanola. I guess it's about 2 or 3 years ago, probably. And of that, there was about I think it was about like 2/3 of the children that are born in Espanola Hospital were opiate babies.
Oh, jeez. Well, that's what she specializes in, and apparently has done a lot to counteract it, and it made enough of an impression on
wow.
someone that President Obama gave her an award.
Well, that's pretty
For
good.
her
pretty
work.
good.
Mm-hmm.
So these are my shapers. And what I'm going to do is, as I'm using these, I'm going to look for bubbles.
Uh-huh. And
Okay.
what is that thing?
This is, some people use gourds and to shape their bowls.
And that's a piece of a gourd?
No, this is what I went to the kitchen and stole one of Eunice's wooden spoons.
Oh.
And so I cut the wooden spoon and just shaped it to the
Oh, to what you wanted.
to what I wanted, different shapes of wooden spoons. So she doesn't have some of her spoons.
So now the eggs are stirred with a piece of a gourd?
Well, I don't know. I think she went to metal spoons now.
That's pretty good.
And for those of you that are watching out there, both Joseph and Eunice's pieces and Kevin's pieces are now up online. So if you're interested in seeing them, not only on the screen that you're watching, but with descriptions and measurements and prices, they are all online. go to our website, AndreaFisherPottery.com, click on artists, click on N for Naranjo, and we have Joseph and Eunice Naranjo and Kevin Naranjo with us, and you'll be able to see all of their pieces, and they start in descending order with the most expensive one on the top, going down to the least expensive one. And if you would like to purchase any of them, because after all, this is why we're doing all these conversations, because they're really substitutes for Indian market and a way for people to earn some income so that they can survive the rest of the year. So check them all out, and if you need us, don't hesitate to give us a call. As they say on the shopping network, operators are standing by. So, and we have Al today, and we have Amy today to help you and answer questions and all those other wonderful things that they do for you, our customers. And thank you for tuning in. We really appreciate it. So, Joseph, what happened there? What did we miss?
Okay, so, well, I just went over and smoothed that bottom out looking for air bubbles. There was none that I could tell.
None? Well, you did that well.
And so that it was smooth. You can usually, if there's an air bubble, you'll see a little lump in the clay. And so there was no lump. So
and how do you get rid of it?
I just get this, and this just kind of gouge out where the bubble is. And then make a little round ball and put it in there, and then smooth it out.
Like a tire patch.
Yeah, like a tire.
Yeah, like a tire patch.
Yeah, there you go. And then it's okay.
Good.
It's good to go. So there's nothing there. So the next, what I'm going to do is make a coil and just add that on, and then just keep building from that coil.
And coils are the traditional way of hand building Native American pottery, because pottery is so connected to the religion that the process is never going to change. There will never be a wheel thrown Native American piece of pottery that is a traditional piece. When the Spaniards arrived, the Native Americans didn't have the wheel, and they had the option to do that because that's how the Spaniards knew how to make pots, and they opted out of that process because each part of the process is done in a very, very certain way, the way Grandma teaches you to do it, and really no other way. And maybe there's a fluctuation with some of the tools, like saran wrap versus a cloth, or a lid from a chewing tobacco can for a scraper. But basically, everything is the same as it was 1,000 years ago. Now, some people roll their coils flat on the table, and other people are doing what Joseph's doing, using some of the weight of the clay to help stretch itself. And there are some people who do very thick coils and then pinch the pot up higher, and other people, like Richard Zane Smith, who we had last Friday, he makes his coils as thin as spaghetti, and for his efforts, he leaves those coils exposed, and that texture that is tiny line after tiny line is part of the design element of his pieces. They are never smoothed in. Everything is all smooth from the inside and attached from the inside with those spaghetti fine coils on the outside surface. Now, how come that fit just right?
Pardon?
How come it fit just right, the coil? I mean, it wasn't 4 inches short, or it wasn't 10 inches too long. It just went around once, and that was it.
Yeah, I just go around once, and then what it does when I do that, it gives me more of a uniform shape, because I don't always start the coil in the same spot. In the bowl, I always just start the coil divided into quarters, and at each quarter, like where I started the coil now, which is about right here, I won't coil there again. I won't start it there again. It'll be opposite on this side. And once I finish there, then it'll be opposite here and then opposite
You
there.
look at the pieces of Native American pottery, and for the most part, the symmetry is truly unbelievable. And people just can't believe that they're not wheel thrown. Because it's real easy to make with a spinning piece of clay. It's fairly easy to make a pot that's symmetrical. But if you're hand building, it's much, much more difficult. And Kevin, if you could just stand your pot up, so just right there in that same place, right there. If you notice how even that piece is, because it's hand built, which is something very, very difficult. Now, Kevin, tell me a little bit about what you're doing.
I'm drawing all kinds of animals on this one. I like drawing animals because I like to go hunting and be out in the mountains. So on this one I got
Well, Kevin, I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you like to draw?
yeah, you know what, they never bought me paper to draw on. So like your newspaper right there,
Yeah.
I would draw in the margins where there was just that much, just so much space. I guess that's why I draw small on the pottery, the small pieces. And then I would always ask them to get me drawing paper, but they never really did. So back then they'd always buy me for school one of those Big Chief tablets.
Big Chief,
Yeah.
right? Everybody had a Big Chief tablet.
And
I think they still make them too.
I would draw in that instead of doing my homework or schoolwork in that.
But didn't the lines get in the way?
Yeah. And I guess that's where you get your ledger art from.
Exactly. They didn't have, no one was buying them paper
Yeah.
either.
So I should have just kept doing that. I've been a ledger artist with a Big Chief tablet paper.
Yeah.
So
Maybe now we know why it's called Big Chief paper.
really,
Uh-huh.
for us, back then, they wouldn't give me the drawing paper, but
Who's
you know,
they? Your family?
well, my mom, my grandma,
Yeah.
but my grandma, she had a tablet, it was like a shorthand notebook,
Uh-huh.
and in there she had her designs drawn in there. So sometimes I would find a page that was not drawn in, and I draw in that, and I get in trouble for it.
Uh-oh.
But now, for my son, my oldest boy Dylan, I buy for all of them. I buy them the paper
Yeah. That's
to draw
my
the-
sketchbook.
Yeah, the sketchbooks. And
Uh-huh.
boy, he sure does some good drawings.
Uh-uh.
And my youngest one, he just turned 6, and he plays with a Play-Doh, and then there's some other kind of, I don't know if it's clay or what, but he makes little figures, and he's really into making things like with clay. I need to get him started on the clay. I don't get him all the time, but when he's with me, when he comes over, he brings his little box full of all his figurines that he makes.
Yeah.
So he's like his grandma Jerry. His grandma Jerry makes miniatures, And
Grandma
so-
Jerry is Jerry Naranjo, by the way.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
Jerry,
She
yeah.
was well known for making her miniatures.
Yeah, she sure is. And so he makes small stuff like that. And then Dylan, my oldest boy, he's won several awards at the Indian market. I think he got that Santana Award one year. And then Eli too. He's gotten a couple of awards in the smaller division. For,
Uh-huh.
and he's 9 now. He'll be turning 10. And him too. He likes
Wow.
to make stuff.
We have a question.
It's not a question, it's just a comment, and all it is a bunch of hearts from Francine.
Oh,
So she's saying she really loves this, so.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, tell us about this Francine with all of her hearts.
Oh, I don't know.
You don't know. You mean you don't know anybody by the name of Francine?
No, I have to look at it. Well, that's good. Thank you,
Oh,
Francine.
okay. Well, here we go. Maybe this is something new. But do you still draw?
Yeah,
And you have sketchbooks now, I hope?
yeah, not as much. And before, when I used to draw on pottery, when I first started drawing wildlife and stuff, that was like in, I'd say 9th, 10th grade. Before that, I would just do the regular geometric designs. And, you know, I draw like that, but when I started drawing wildlife, I would draw with a pencil on my pottery first, like kind of outline it or start it. But now, I mean, that was just like of the first couple months, and then after that, I go over my what I drew on pencil, and then I said, "Man, it's taking too long." So after that, I just started scratching on it, and I didn't. I never used a pencil again, and that was like when I was in 8th grade, 9th grade.
Wow.
And
Just a few years ago, huh?
yeah, they say, see, I still play basketball with my son and my nephew, and it's like I still feel I'm not grown up yet.
You know, it's really funny because one of my high school friends is a psychologist, and one of the things, and she does a lot of things with the elderly, and she said, someday, wake up in the morning and go look in the mirror and say to what you see, the reflection in the mirror, how old do you think they are? And I think that's really interesting because I did that, and you know, I don't think I'm as old as I am. And there are some things that I do that I feel like I'm really young and stupid again.
They still have to, you know, even my nephew, he's got his basketball goal out there at his grandma Jerry's, and now he's always telling me, "Uncle, come on, let's go play. Are you gonna play with us?" So I get out there and I go and play with him.
Now, those stenographer's books, the shorthand books that your grandma had that you got in trouble for drawing in, do you still have any of them?
I think my mom might have some, or my aunt Dolores, she might have some.
Now, your mom is Jerry Naranjo.
Yeah.
And your aunt is Dolores Kern.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Because I'm pretty sure they, you know, and then my dad, he was telling me that when he went over to visit one time and they were doing pottery, my grandma gave him a design book, one of those, and he said if he ever found it, he'd give it to me, but he hasn't found it yet. So, but he was lucky. He got that from my grandma. And so yeah, there's like I hate to say this, but my mom's like a hoarder. So if I go in there into her garage, I might find it.
You might find it.
And not say nothing,
Well,
and I'll just keep it.
well, one of the things that I did during the pandemic was I cleaned out my garage, and it hadn't been done in 15 years.
Wow.
And so there were all sorts of treasures that I had forgotten and that I had. And, things do get kind of lost in your house sometime. And it's fun to be an archaeologist, in a closet.
Really, though. Yeah, but it's funny.
Well, if you ever find them, Kevin, please bring them in. I would just love to see them. And the work that you do is just absolutely fascinating. How you can just take that X-Acto knife and just begin to scratch away on that pot, and all of a sudden this incredible, realistic, almost can jump off the pot animal appears. Just fascinating. But Joseph, what are you up to now? Where are you?
I'm getting there I'm building what I'm building is a cylinder to go up. How tall I build a cylinder is the height of the bowl that will happen, that will be made.
So you make a cylinder first.
Yeah. And then from the cylinder, that determines how tall the bowl will be. And then, so how you see his bowl, and so that curve that comes around, that's actually coming later. And but I'll come up first to about that height, wherever that height is, because there's two sections on here. There's this part here, and then there's this added part here. And so this one is a reinforcement so that it doesn't cave in on top. And so
I believe that's called a double shoulder.
Yeah, I guess that's what they call it.
Not meaning side by side, but on top of each other, which is quite a contortion to do.
Yeah.
That's for sure if you're a human. But for the pots, it's just amazing.
Yeah, so in a lot of the pots that I'm doing, especially the flat ones, this is happening, but you don't see this on the outside. This is on the inside underneath. And so folks think, wow, that's pretty cool. How do you get it to keep from sagging in? Well, the same reinforcement is done underneath, inside the bowl rather than outside.
I think in a few minutes that, Kevin, maybe we're going to drag you over to the pieces that you have on display, and you can pick some of them up and talk about them and show them to the camera, because I know a lot. The pieces, for the most part, are small, not big like this one that you're doing. And the designs go all the way around. And since we don't have the facility to show all of the pieces spinning, maybe you can talk about some of them and talk about the animals, because on one side there'll be heavy sgraffito with a very stylized animal, and then on the other side, perhaps the same animal or a different animal that is very lightly etched into the surface, an incredibly fine and detailed and realistic version. Now, you said that pot's been fired already.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll talk more about as Joseph continues on with making pots. We'll talk more and more and more about the process. But the idea that when the pot is finished, hard as a rock, and with a X-Acto knife, you can so delicately do these fine lines. Now, I'm looking at those hands of yours. And probably delicate is not a word that would describe them. But the work that comes from them is really, really quite amazing. And Derek, when you're ready, let us know. Yeah, let us know. And then in the meantime, you can continue on. You know, a lot of people say, oh, those pots are so expensive. But I think that when one understands the process, that it is, and so labor intensive, you realize the amount of work that comes into it. And, you know, and a loaf of bread costs the same amount of money for a potter as it does for a doctor. And so being able to make a living as a potter and putting all those hours into it, you can see why they are so valuable. But what we're going to do is we're going to let you, Joseph, just continue on scraping, coiling, pinching, sanding, and forming one of these beautiful pots. And at some point, we're going to have you or Eunice talk about the pots and show the pots to the world out there, and see how much work and how much time and how much skill it takes to make one of these pieces. And we're not only talking about that, but we're also talking about the labor that's involved. I mean, it's back-breaking labor, because, you know, you heard about gathering the clay, and I'm sure that the clay didn't conveniently deposit itself thousands of years ago right next to a road. And so you wind up driving as far as you can and then walking the rest of the way to find the clay. And then once you've found the clay, you have to haul it all back. And the time that it takes is really quite unbelievable.
All right, well, I'm over here with Kevin. And Kevin has some pieces to show you.
Right here I have a hummingbird with some roses, and this is pretty much different for me because I usually draw like deer, elk, bears, mountain lions, but it's summertime and the hummingbirds are around, so I drew a hummingbird, and it has the sunflower here with the avenue going all the way around. Kiva step design. And then on the other side, it also has another hummingbird with a geometric.
Well, that's really beautiful, Kevin.
And then a sunflower also on this side.
Do you have a lot of hummingbirds this time of year?
Oh yeah, there's a lot. So this is the hummingbird piece. And this one, I have a Thunderbird design. So this one represents, you know, the rain, thunder, with a Pueblo scene on the bottom, little house with the kiva, and then the Avanu, the water serpent. He's all along the edge.
Would you show me the head of the serpent?
Right here, here's the...
Yeah, and so from my understanding, the tongue is a lightning bolt tongue, is that correct?
Yeah.
And the head tends to represent the clouds building over the mountains?
Yeah.
And then the body of the snake is kind of like the ebb and the flow of the river?
Yes.
Is that correct, or is there something more I should know?
Yeah, that's what he represents. He's the protector of the water. And then you got the bear claws. That's another traditional Santa Clara design.
And
Protector
what's the
of the
story
land.
behind the bear claws?
The bear claws represents the bear, and he protects the land. And the eagle, we have the eagle pattern. That's another Santa Clara traditional design with a feather pattern. Those are eagle feathers. And this one on the outskirts, it has the turkey feather on the outside.
Where are those turkey feathers?
Okay. You'll see them right here on the outside.
Oh, okay, those are turkey feathers.
And then right here next to the bottom of the feather, those are the turkey feathers. And then with the bear claw. So well, I always try and do all the Santa Clara traditional designs, the Avanu, the bear claw, and then the feathers, the eagle feather. And this one has a bear on it.
That's a pretty bear.
Thank you.
I haven't seen any bears this year at my house.
Really?
Yeah, but every other year I have. I saw a mama and 2 cubs at one point.
This one, down in Santa Clara, they've been seeing 2 cubs and the mama, and then just the bear by himself too. So they've been seeing the bears around. Right here, I have this one, a bighorn sheep, and a buffalo, and a mule deer. And then you got a little bit of traditional feathers back there with the. I always like to draw the ancestral homes too on my pieces.
So Kevin, what's your favorite design to make? Like, what do you want to draw on it the most?
Deer. I really like to draw deer because of the antlers, and I like hunting deer. Elk too. I like drawing elk. Those are my 2 favorite subjects. But lately too, I've been drawing bears because they've been seeing them at home. So this one's, I like this one a lot. So I have this one. It's a fetish. Has the bear with the turquoise, then the scene, the wildlife scene, and then the ancestral homes. You know, we came from Puye, and we're original cave people.
And I see a line that comes out from the mouth with an arrow. What is that?
That's the heart line. Or presents the electricity running in you. So that's wildlife is my favorite subject.
Mm-hmm.
This one I have a buffalo on it. Another one. This one's a buffalo pup. And then here's a buffalo dancer.
So yeah, it's really fine and detailed, Kevin. So you spend, how many hours just etching something like this?
A pot like this size, it's gonna take me from doing the clay all the way to the finish, probably about 2 months or a little bit more.
Yeah,
So,
it takes a long time.
Yeah, it does.
I think people should realize how long it takes to do these, because it's one of those really surprising things about how long it actually takes to do one of those.
Yeah, because we just don't go get our clay from the store. You know, we gather it from the foothills and process it ourselves. You know, take out all the impurities and then mix it. And then after that we'll build, then sand, polish, fire, design. But that doesn't include gathering your wood, gathering your cow patties, and gathering your horse manure. And, you know, we use dry horse manure to smoke our pots black. Maybe that's a big secret. I shouldn't tell it out the horse shit. No, just kidding.
No, we know that it's cow and horse poop.
I know.
So tell me about this piece over here. This is a really early one of your.
Oh, this. Okay. Oh, wow. This is like probably from the early 90s, maybe. Oh.
Yeah. So it's probably from the early 90s, and yeah, do you remember doing it?
Yeah, you could tell the difference from this to that.
Oh, very much so.
Yeah.
So now do you notice that you're getting better, you know, with the detail of your design? Because this kind of looks like your mom's stuff, Jerry Naranjo, but it, of course, much larger.
You know what? Now that I see this, I feel like I should draw more on it. No, no, but this is a surprise to see something from, you know, back in the 90s, or maybe even early 80s. I mean, later 80s.
Well, it's really cool, Kevin. Are there any others that you have here that you really like the design on?
This one, because it's real, like, simple, you know, just like how the earlier one was. This is pretty much how I started off, with just the regular geometric designs. But on the other side I have the sunflowers with the bear paw. So sometimes I start and it seems like I just can't stay simple.
And there's one that has all these X's that are in it. What are the X's?
Which one?
The second.
Oh, this one. Oh. This one is like a night scene that represents the stars.
The buffalo in the night?
Yeah.
And what are those designs right there? Those kind of waves.
Oh, this one's like you see the little woolly mammoth. This is like the northern lights. Here's a little deer from back in 10,000 BC. And those are representing the northern lights. And then I have a golden eagle right here with the buffalo. Boy, I have a lot of buffaloes, huh? I like buffaloes too.
Yeah, I think so.
I sure like that golden eagle right there.
Yeah, right there. Well, it's really quite beautiful, Kevin. And so you have all of these pots that are on this display, and you know, they took you a long time to make. How long do you think this represents, which is just right here?
Right here is a good 6 to 8 months worth of work, you know, give or take. You know, I've been like a piece like that, the bigger one, you know, takes a while, and it seems like I have to stay on a piece until I get it finished, and then I can move on to another one, because I feel more better when I complete it than to just have it sit there, because it makes me feel that, okay, I can put this aside and I can concentrate solely on another one.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I do. So
Yeah, and I really like your work because it's so detailed, and the animals are really lifelike.
well,
Do
thank
you
you.
start from, how do you begin a piece? Do you start with an animal, or do you start with the design, or how do you begin the etching of a piece?
Like, say for instance, on this side alone, it would just been getting my circles and knowing what I want to put on. But like on something like this piece over here, like this piece, I draw my buffalo and my eagle first, and then after that, start making my way around. Because sometimes the design goes up into the geometric area.
And so, do you do the geometric last, or?
I'll actually start off with the animal first, and then after that do my geometric, or sometimes when I know what I kind of look at the pot and I know what I want to do, so I'll either start from the top of the lip going down. So sometimes I'll have a full geometric pattern, and then after that it'll come down to the drawing, just like this one. See how I have the geometric up on top, and then I'm coming down, but then there's the buffalo's back up on top of the geometric.
Mm-hmm.
So it just depends. It just comes out. I don't know how to
So-
explain it sometimes.
So are all these all the animals that you draw on things that you've seen in your experiences, or are they coming from photographs, or how did you really get interested within the animals?
Like I said with the hummingbird, now summertime, flowers and hummingbirds. That's what was going on. Buffalo, kind of during the winter time. That's when we dance our animal dances. The flowers I usually do like now during the spring and summer, and it's just like a throughout the whole year, a cycle. So,
And do you go to the mountains for inspiration?
oh, definitely.
And is it the Jemez or the Santa Fe National Forest, or
Both sides, yeah, the Jemez and the Sangre de Cristo side, and especially now, like this coming weekend before the kids really get into to school. They already started, but I want to at least take them camping before it gets colder.
Yeah.
So, yeah, definitely. And then bow hunting's coming up. Boy, I love bow hunting, especially when the elk are in the rut. That really helps getting out there and walking and hunting and seeing animals, wildlife. Being out there, like, just gives you that energy and just ideas of what you want to do when you get back home.
Yeah, one of my favorite places is the Valles Caldera in the Jemez, and there is always so many giant elk that are up there.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, it's just really cool to see animals that big.
I know. I got a spotting scope, and my son and I, we've been going, and my nephews too. We'll be going on evening rides, and boy, we've been seeing a lot of deer and elk. So it is fun. That's one of my favorite places is the caldera too. We'll set up the spotting scopes and
Just watch.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So my nephew, it was his first time. It was his first time going, so he had fun. But yeah, and then going down to the fields, to the garden, growing spring and summertime when it's time to plant. There'll be a couple times when I draw, corn and squash plants, pumpkin plants on my pottery too. Yeah, or like squash blossoms too. So, in fact, I know I did a squash blossom. I think I don't know if I brought that up. I think it was just a sunflowers, but I know I did a squash blossom earlier too during the year.
Well, thank you, Kevin. This has been really nice having you over here talking about all of these beautiful pieces. I'm really glad that we're able to show these for you, and I'm really glad that you're here and that you're healthy and all that other good stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So thank you very much for being here, and I'm going to send it back over to Andrea, who's still talking with Joe and Eunice.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Kevin.
Well, Joe, how's it going?
Oh, it's going pretty good. I'm getting to that point where I'm going to need to let it sit for a little bit. I'll just finish this portion off, and then I'll need to let it sit for a little bit to harden. Then that way I can add more coils on. The curvature will start coming inward, and so that's where I want to let it harden a little bit, so it'll have strength enough to begin come inward.
Well, I've talked to potters that live in other parts of the country, and for them having to sit means a couple days. How long do you have to let it sit before it gets a little hard?
Probably about, in the summers it does it really fast, maybe 5 or 10 minutes is all.
Wow, how different that is. And if you live in a place with lots of humidity.
Yeah. So it doesn't take too long, and so you'll see that I'm starting to put the curve on it. And so once I put the curve on this, then that's where I want to let it sit for a while. And then I'll put another coil. All this time I've been putting coils on inside. So when I'm doing this other way, I'll put the coils on the outside to begin bringing it in. As making the piece, every portion of your hand is a tool. The curvature of this thumb is the curvature that you see inside. And then when you do the outside part, this curvature of your thumb begins to make it come in and have this shape. Start making that shape with this portion of your thumb on the outside.
Never thought of the thumb that way. I thought it was just a tool to get a ride if you're on the highway, sticking your thumb out.
It has multi-purpose uses.
Yeah, multi-purpose. There we go. I know that it's been really tough the last few months for everyone in this country. And I was just wondering what's happening at Santa Clara Pueblo as far as the pandemic is concerned.
Well, it's interesting because the tribe has shut down all entrance and exits in the tribe. The members and the residents of the tribe have pretty much access and can leave and come in whenever they want. There is a curfew at nighttime.
What time's your curfew?
It's not bad. For me, it doesn't really, I don't really
Can't go
Yeah.
dancing?
Huh?
You
Pardon?
can't go dancing?
Well,
No, well, there's no place open to dance anyway.
yeah, yeah. So I mean, the biggest thing is to go downtown and go to Walmart or Lowe's and pick something up and come back home.
Yeah.
But really don't want to be out there that much. I guess sooner or later, since it's a virus, I think maybe we might all catch it. I'd rather
Well,
not.
apparently for it to go away, we're all going to have to catch it,
Yeah.
either to actually get it or get it through a vaccination.
Yeah, and
And-
I'd rather get it later than sooner.
I'd rather not get it at all.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, if that vaccination shot's going to be anything like a shingles shot, oh boy.
Yeah.
But, you know, time will tell. Let's hope they develop something just as soon as possible.
Yeah, and it's so what we do, I imagine there's a lot of potters. The income that was coming from pottery, I know for us, it just kind of fell off a cliff and
Yeah.
just kind of just poof, it was.
Well, that's exactly why we're doing this.
It
So
was
that
just
maybe you can
gone.
climb up on a few rocks. I mean, maybe not get to the top of the mesa, but at least have a little something.
Yeah.
How many people live at Santa Clara?
There's just coming into 3,000.
3,000. And how many people have tested positive?
Right now, there has been one.
Just one?
Yeah, just one.
Just one person out of 3,000?
Yeah.
And have lots of people at Santa Clara been tested?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure, but I
Have,
think,
have you guys been tested?
No,
No. No.
but,
haven't been sick, so.
so yeah.
Yeah.
Me neither. But I think a lot of people are, you know, really listening and taking it serious because just like, you know, like you said, we have it, the Pueblo shut down and they have a curfew.
What time do you have to be back?
You have to be at your place by 10 and then in the morning at 6 in the morning you could, you know, be out and about, but if you're an essential worker then you can go in and out.
Mr. Derek?
So so there's a lot of, like, what we do other than pottery is we do agriculture.
Yeah.
And so we're growing corn and alfalfa. That's
So
probably-
this is plenty of time to tend the fields, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's like, we're not really filling it. As far as being melancholy and being home all the time, we're out there in the fields. We're doing a lot of work out in the field. And a lot of people in the village, there's a lot more people walking
Yeah.
areas down by the river, all, you know, in the areas. What's interesting is there's, along with this, I don't know if it's related to COVID, but I think it's more related to the drought. We're having bears coming down to the river, elk, deer, mountain lions. And so they're all coming down to the river from the mountains.
Well, Kevin, you should be hanging out looking at your subjects. There they are posing for you right there by the river.
That's what I was telling Derek. There's I got like 2 pieces that I drew bears on because, you know, they've been seeing the bears around.
Yeah.
And then I drew a mountain lion earlier too during the year because there was a mountain lion around too. So, and then I have a mountain lion on this one.
It's
All
the
kinds.
Wild West, huh?
Yeah, this one.
Wow. Well, so if you've only had one case, I would assume that person is still alive?
I'm not sure. It sounds like they're doing fine.
It sounds like you're doing fantastic.
And it's
And if you take a look at Santa Fe County and Los Alamos County and Rio Arriba County that surround Santa Clara Pueblo, they're all doing really well here in New Mexico. So it's, we're really lucky. We're really lucky. And we have a lot of people that are really willing to cooperate and understand the importance of protecting themselves and then extending that to others.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and in the pueblos, because it's so family oriented, and houses can have are multi-generational.
Yeah,
That
definitely.
just like the Navajo Nation, and that's why it spread so quickly there, because of the fact that grandma and great grandma and all the other generations below are all living in the same quarters, and if everyone doesn't cooperate, well, then you really set up a situation for failure. And that has, been going on with the Navajo reservation, but now they're doing much, much better, so I understand. And it's really interesting because the Navajo reservation only occupies a very small little corner in the northwestern corner of New Mexico. And yet half the deaths and half the cases are from that little tiny corner that is pretty empty in terms of the population density.
yeah.
But, that's great that Santa Clara is there and that they are also part of a greater community of within New Mexico where that is, where the deaths and the cases are really quite low.
Yeah.
Yeah, how nice.
Yeah, we've been fortunate. I think when Governor kind of restricted people coming into the village, into the Pueblo area.
So no one else is allowed in except the residents?
Just the residents.
What if you're a tribal member and you live in Albuquerque? Are you allowed in?
Yeah.
You are? Okay.
Yeah, they still come, but I think they're, like my son's in Albuquerque, but what he does is when he comes up, he's really concerned for the family, and so he'll stay outside. He won't come in the house.
That's a good place for kids, don't you think?
Yeah, and so he'll
Keep
stay
them
outside.
outside.
And if during lunch, we just all go outside and have lunch together outside, and it's more healthier than being inside. But he's really conscious about, because mom and dad are up there in years, we're in the high risk group.
Right. You and Methuselah, you could, I don't think so. But how old is your son?
How old is he, Eunice? He's 30, he's about 35, 30, yeah. And so I think there's a lot of people in the Pueblo that the children are very conscious not to bring that home to.
Well, it's obvious if you have one confirmed case of the disease. I mean, that's really, really obvious. Anyway, we've got a message here. It's from Mike, but it doesn't say where Mike is from. Anyway, it says, thanks for sharing your process and secrets. It's very exciting. My question is, how do you get the brown tint on the top of the pots? I have a couple pots by Sammy Naranjo, and he uses that brown color on the top of his pots also. So curious. Thanks, Mike.
That's a second firing?
A second firing.
Yeah, so it's used to, the second firing is used to take off the smoke area and bring it back to like the natural red clay
But it never
slip.
gets back to that natural red clay color, does it?
No,
Not quite.
It'll be red, so that's why it comes back to two-tone. So that's
Yeah.
the second firing.
And as we continue on with this process, Mike, and you understand the whole firing process, you'll be able to you'll be able to understand a little more about what oxidation and reduction firings are, and how do you actually get that little band? Because Sammy told me that what he does is after the firing, he just turns the pot on the upside down on a metal sheet, and for some reason just the little edge of it loses that reduction firing. And do you do something different than that?
Yeah, I just use it's like a pencil point, and it's a propane torch, and I could get it precisely where I want it, and oxidize off the black, and that's the scary part, because it's another firing that you have to go through, and I've seen it happen to me before, where I do the second firing to get the two-tone, and then I seen some of my pots either pop or crack. So it's a scary process, but once you get
and
it,
I'm sure it's a secret process too, and you don't need to tell me any more than that, but let's just say it's a second firing where the black part is reduction fired and the reddish color is not. Anyway.
yeah, that's really brings out the animals, I think, for me, when I
It brings out the animal in you, did you say?
yeah, the animal in me.
Well, Kevin, you were talking to Derek about how long it takes for you to do a piece. You are obviously working on something that is so much larger than the pieces that you have on display here.
Yeah, I've been working on this probably for since last year at market time.
Since last year at market time.
I didn't have it for market, but I started it.
You started it last August.
Yeah, and I worked on and off on it.
Uh-huh. Well, how many hours do you think you've invested in it? A guess.
I guess I'll say at least a good month's worth of work. So
160 hours?
yeah, probably.
So far. And you still have a lot to go, I would assume.
Yeah, definitely. Probably about another. So probably about another 300. Or
Another
more.
300
hours or
so
more.
you're looking at like 450 hours.
Yeah, it's quite a bit.
So at minimum wage, and that doesn't count collecting the clay and cleaning the clay and making the pot and drying the pot and sanding the pot and polishing the pot. You've got 450 hours into it. And at minimum wage, that is at least a $4,500 investment in your time into that piece. And so the process is so time consuming that the final piece will be a real prize and one that will costs a lot of money.
Yeah, you know, the pot itself, you know, like you said, it's not including all the gathering, sifting.
And it also doesn't include my cut.
Yeah.
Because we don't sell pieces for the prices that we pay for them from you, because that would really put us out on the street in no time at all. But anyway, so you think there's going to be another 400 hours? 300
yeah.
hours, excuse me, another 300 hours in that piece.
It's been a good while.
Now, tell me, are you the person who decides where all the design elements go, or does the pot sort of help you decide also?
The pot really does.
The pot really does?
Yeah, because I look at the pot and then I'll start, and when I start, then it starts coming to me on what I want to put on there. Actually, sometimes I'll look at a piece and then I kind of vision what I want it to look like, and then I'll start on it, and sometimes it doesn't come out to exactly what I want.
So the
It
pot
comes
made
out,
the decision, huh?
Yeah, it comes out to what it wants. So, yeah.
And what happens if you make a mistake?
I can't.
Are there no mistakes? Are they just intentions that have changed?
No, really, it comes out, and like when I first started, boy, you know, it was kind of hard because I was afraid to etch and scratch, and then now it's like I just start drawing, and it comes out, you know, the way it wants. Just like with the clay, like how he's building most of the time, you know, we call her mother clay, and she comes out the way she wants. And just like with my drawing, I'll look and I'll see what I want to put on there, and I'll try my best to get it to what I envision. So like this one, I have the butterfly flowers up on top, and then it even has a bee over here on this side, and then it comes down to the avenue with some geometrics. There's 2 avenues, 3 avenues on this one.
And the findings are water serpents.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I also noticed that on the pot there are indented bear paws.
Oh yeah, that's the traditional, the deep carve.
Yeah, you know what I've heard is with the Santa Clara bear paw was legend has it. Perhaps this is true, but maybe some white guy made up the story, you never know, that in time of drought, like we're having right now, that there were bear tracks found in the village. And members of Santa Clara followed the bear tracks to a water source, a spring, that they didn't know about. And to honor and to thank the bear, they put his footprint on their pieces of pottery. Is there any truth to that?
Oh yeah, right now look at the bears are coming down because of drought. You know, anytime you see the animals coming down around populated areas, they're actually in search of water.
Thirsty and maybe even
Yeah.
hungry too.
Definitely they'll start eating dog food or
Dog food.
yeah, or even your dogs.
Well, you know, why doesn't the Purina company just make bear food and make it so much? It would make it so much easier.
Yeah, but yeah, they've been seeing them around close to the houses this summer, and it's kind of dry. It hasn't really rained real hard for us.
Yeah, I don't live that far from you, and we've had at my house 3 rains since the middle of March. The first one was around the 20th of March, and it was one of those nice, slow, steady, all night, where the ground just soaked it all up, and then nothing, and more nothing, and even more nothing after that. And in the middle of July, on a Sunday, we had a downpour that looked like, you know, we were in a car wash. And of course, then everything just runs right off and heads towards the river and down the Rio Grande to Texas. And the same thing happened the following Sunday. And that second Sunday, it rained almost 2 inches at my house, which is about almost a quarter of our annual rainfall. And
Yeah.
it took 45 minutes before it just all came out of the sky.
Yeah.
And that's been it. And there hasn't been a drop since. And this is supposedly the rainy season.
I know, really. We should be having those like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock
Yeah.
thunderstorms rolling in and,
Yeah.
you know, dropping a lot of rain on us, but not lately.
Well, the weather's really strange here. I never experienced it any other place because around 2 o'clock, all of a sudden the clouds come in. By 3 o'clock, the sky is black. At 4 o'clock, the sky opens up and it just pours. The streets turn into rivers, the rivers turn into churning mud, and by 5 o'clock, it's over. At 5:15, the sun is shining again, and by 6 o'clock, it's like it never happened. But
Yeah.
except for the fact that the temperature will drop 20 or 25 degrees in that time period, and you will go from, you know, wearing sleeveless and shorts and to putting on a jacket because it's so much cooler.
Really, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's really strange, and that happens usually the day before or the day after the opera opens,
Yeah, exactly.
around the 4th of July. And then it happens during Indian Market.
Indian market, yeah.
Yeah, Indian Market. It's almost as though someone is up there saying, well, you know, it's 4 o'clock and Indian Market ends at 4:30, so I'm going to chase you out of here. And it pours.
And then it seems like now, since this pandemic's going on and stuff, you know, our feast days have
Yeah, when
you
is
know,
the Santa Clara feast day?
August 12th, and we didn't have our dances going on,
Yeah.
and all the other villages too. You know, they haven't danced either, and that's what we do is we dance and we pray for rain.
Yeah.
So it's like.
Well, obviously,
Yeah.
that works because
Yeah,
it's not
it does.
raining. Wow. And what kind of dances do you do on feast day?
Corn dance,
Corn
harvest dance, yeah.
Is that a harvest dance?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And what else do they dance? In the wintertime, they dance the animal dances.
The animal, like the
Yeah,
buffalo
buffalo,
dance
deer.
and the deer dance.
Come spring, it's a butterfly dance. Then they start the corn dance again, and
In springtime,
yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah,
time to plant, huh?
yeah, different dances.
Well, you know, it's interesting because if you go to the Pueblos for feast day, they are not performances.
No, they're not.
Not by any stretch of the imagination. They are religious activities, and that they are very serious religious activities. And as an outsider, you are welcomed into Santa Clara, but it is your responsibility to make sure you just stand back and watch.
Yeah.
And when the dances are over, then the dancers go into the kiva, which could be equated with a temple or a church, and they do more of their religious rituals, and later on they come back out and dance again. And like I said, it's not entertainment, so there's really no audience other than the people of the villages watching their families dance, and some invited guests, and the general public if they choose. And and then people do at the
homes,
day.
yeah, they open their homes to guests and people to,
And
they
you
invite,
eat.
yeah,
And eat. I mean, it's like so many other religious holidays, no matter what religion that you come from. You do some sort of ceremony, like on Christmas, you might go to Mass or to church, and then you have Christmas dinner with your family or friends. The thing that's different about the Native American culture, though, which I find truly amazing, is they invite strangers into their home, and they eat with their families, and it's a wonderful place to make new friends.
Definitely.
And it's a way of partaking in the generosity of the Native American culture. And
Definitely, just being thankful for what you have and sharing it.
yeah.
Yeah, so.
And in some cases for the women, thankful that the cooking's over with and now they can serving because
They definitely are.
Oh, do they cook? Do they cook? I mean, I've been to houses where the pots that were on the stove were 5 gallons of everything, and there was green chili and red chili and pozole and just an incredible amount of food. And days before, they make bread in the hornos that are outside of their homes, which is a beehive oven. And it's like the quintessential pizza oven. It's fired with wood.
Yeah.
And so in these beehive ovens, they use cedar or some kind of wood that has a lot of resin in it so that it burns really hot. And the bottom of the oven, which looks like it's completely made out of adobe, has rocks on the inside.
Yeah, it's in fact, my mom's, I took her, some people put stucco on it, and so I took her stucco off the oven, and I'm finally getting to fix her oven. I've been telling her for the past 3 years I fix it. So this year I figured that they weren't gonna make bread, and I took off the stucco, and so I have been gathering my materials for
to mud plaster it.
Yeah, to plaster it over and fix it up. So yeah, definitely gonna get that done before it gets cold again.
Right, you don't want that drying plaster to freeze.
Oh, definitely.
That doesn't work. But what happens is then you build a fire on the inside and get that fire really roaring. There's a hole in the back of the oven near the top so that the smoke can go out. And wait until that oven, until that wood is just burnt down until it's ash. And what has happened is all the rocks that are in the base of the oven or orno, they're all heated up. And so you scrape the ashes out, and then you stick the bread in and close the door in the front and put a rock in the hole in the back so that it's all sealed up, and that's where your bread bakes. And that takes practice, because
Oh, definitely.
knowing when the temperature is right and knowing how long to keep that bread in there is something that, you know, takes a little bit of doing, and something that you have to keep an eye on.
We
And
definitely have skills.
lots
Our
of skills.
cooks.
Well, you know, I was telling people in some of the other videos that we've done, in order to be a potter, you have to be a geologist, you have to be a chemist, you have to be an artist. Oh, go figure, right?
Yeah.
You have to be a strong laborer, and you have to be really persistent, because it takes a long, long time to perfect all of these precarious things, because you don't have any mechanical things to help you. You're not
yeah.
sticking a thermometer in something to see what the temperature is, or you're not using an electric grinder or a backhoe to get your clay. And so all of these, the process is one of eyesight and one of feeling and practice, in order to wind up with a finished product.
You definitely need to know your shit. Because we,
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. That's, you know, that's going down for posterity.
'Cause-
Especially when it comes to firing, you have to know it, because that plays a vital role in the firing process.
it's funny because literally, you know, when we're firing, we got to keep all our materials dry, which is the horse manure and the cow patties are the wood, you know, especially when winter time comes, you want everything to be dry and not soaked with it.
Yeah, not frozen.
Yeah. And so we have our horse manure in 50-gallon drum buckets or
Garbage cans.
or garbage cans
were, yeah.
and stuff, and so we can keep it nice and dry. So when we do fire, you know, it's no wet horse manure, because that could ruin your firing too. And definitely keep all our materials covered and nice and dry. So, you know, not very many people have to, you know, go out, and their job is to pick cow patties, but that's one of our jobs. Cow patties and dry horse shit.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure in the olden days there was quite an abundance of it, because if you didn't have a horse, it was hard to plow your field, and if you didn't have a cow, it was even harder to eat.
Yeah, you get your milk.
And you could count on those two animals to produce fuel for your pottery firing, as long as, you know, you had them.
Yeah.
And that was sort of a never-ending supply, I'm sure.
Definitely.
Well, I am over here with Joseph, and we in front of his pieces, and Joseph is going to tell us about some of these pots that are over here.
Okay. This one here, this is a interesting piece. I was doing a much larger piece than this, but when I started this off, this is the size of the model that I made from a larger piece that I made in the past. And so these little striations here is something a little bit different. that I put on there. It symbolizes the rainbow and some things that are related to the rainbow as far as culture. But the way the pottery is shaped, it's kind of unique in that it's kind of flat, and then it comes over with a long narrowed lip area. In a lot of the pieces, you'll see where the top part needs to be reinforced, so that's what this does. But also underneath is also reinforcement that keeps the pot from collapsing inward, because there's such a long ways to go toward the center. But I seen this when I was a little kid, a bowl shaped like this, and there was these Aztec dancers, and they were dancing, and they had a bowl larger than this, and they had fire in there, and they would put the fire out with their feet, and this shape of a bowl has always fascinated me since that time. And so I thought, hey, this would be pretty neat to make. But it was, they do make these bowls as pueblos, but when I seen those Aztec dancers many years ago, I thought, hey, I'd like to do a shape like that. So it's a similar shape, but that's where that came from.
And what I really like about your pieces, Joe, is the simplicity in the shape. I mean, the shapes are really elegant and very finely crafted and very well done. So if you twist this piece just a little bit, you'll see that it's maybe, what, 3 inches tall, maybe?
Yeah, it's about that.
Yeah. And it's just such a pleasing thing on the shelf, and you have such a wonderful shine, and how you just finish the little bits of the edges. And so even though they're simple in their design-wise, I still really think that they're very elegant.
Yeah, I do carving pieces, and those are fun to do. They're a lot of work, and these are a lot of work too. But what I thought, I'm going to try just doing solid pieces and see how I can do like solid pieces. What solid pieces are a real challenge as far as polishing. And because you
can't mess up.
You have to be very quick with your polishing. You have to be able to not let your piece dry as it polishes. And it's a real challenge to do this. And so I thought I'd try that. And so rather than focus on carving, that's what I was focusing on to see what I could do to make the shape attractive to the eye, or pleasing to the eye. The shape itself is the design, while on the carved pieces I do the carving is the design, but also the shape. But I'm focusing more on just the simplicity of the shape is what I'm doing. But you're right, that was intended, and I'm glad I succeeded.
Yeah, I believe you did, very much so. I've always really liked your work.
Thank you.
You're so very welcome.
This next one, we went up to Bluff in, is that about right there?
You're close. A little.
There you go, about there. Okay, this piece is a picture, and what we did was we went out to Bluff.
And where's Bluff?
That's in Utah, southeastern Utah, in the Four Corners area of New Mexico, Colorado, Arizona, Utah. There's a lot of ruins out there. You have Mesa Verde out in that area. You have Chaco Canyon and a lot of other places. As we were out there visiting with some archaeologists, the intent was to see what we could do to help prevent individuals robbing ancient sites.
Hmm.
Because there's a lot of pottery that are being dug up in that area in huge masses. And so we went out there and worked with Friends of Cedar Mesa.
Mm-hmm.
And I made a pot for them. There's a guy named Josh Hewing out there. And I says, hey, you know, I'd like to make a piece for your education center. And I says, wouldn't it be cool if, well, you know where the clay pits are around here that they used. And so I says, I could make something out of that for you folks. And so he got clay from the clay pits that they know that they were using making pottery out there. And so that's where this came from. And so I made him a large piece, and this is kind of like leftover pieces, leftover clay from those sites. And that's where this came from. It's really different. It's I tried to polish it. It doesn't really polish up like the Santa Clara pottery, but it has a different kind of a color. When we fired it, it came out really. I really like the color. It's fired like the red pottery that we do, same way.
So it's done in a wood fire, correct?
It's done in a wood fire. No manure. We don't turn it black. We just keep it the same color as the clay. This clay was actually white, and then it just kind of turned into a brownish with the different tinges to it. That was pretty cool.
That is cool, and it's fun that you're experimenting. It's fun to see something new and different coming from you.
Yes.
And I bet it's good for the soul.
Yes. After a while, it's good to make pieces, but at some point, you just want to do something different and explore. And so I think I'm in that explorer stage where I'm trying to just experimenting with a lot of other stuff. This one here. Oh,
Yeah, go for it.
is this one okay?
Yeah.
Oh, this one or this one? Let me do
Either
this
one.
one. This is the same thing as that one almost. But this is an Ola, and what this is you have this up here. My grandmother used to make bowls like this all the time, the larger bowls and the larger Olas, and she would put this kind of scallop on the top. And I thought, hey, I'd like to do that. It's a real challenge to polish because of the scallops. And so it's you have to be quick, and and so that made it different from what I usually do, which is just a solid piece, and then not do the scallops, but always have the rainbow on the inside there for reinforcement. On the littler pieces, I don't need the rainbow, but it's really it just gives it the better appearance with that there.
Well, I really like those double shoulder jars. Does the meaning, well, let me take a step back. First off, what was your grandma's name?
Her name was Nestoria Gutierrez.
Okay.
And so she, her Margaret Tafoya, and her, and they're all related. They all get together and make the large pieces. Well, at that time, a lot of potters make large pieces.
Yeah, not many do today.
No. And she would go down, my father would take her down to Maria in San Alfonso, and they'd make pottery together. And so it wasn't just a community thing. Back then, nobody signed their names to their pieces. But this was one of her signatures. The other signature was the bear paw she always put on her pot. That was her, kind of like her stamp.
Yeah, and so the shape itself is that of a water jar, correct?
Yes. This is another area where I kind of exploring. This goes back to Bluff. When we were out there, we were going through all of those petroglyphs. And as we were watching the petroglyphs, you see the mesas in the back that kind of are red. And then there's religious things out there, but I won't go into that. And so this kind of patterns itself after all of those things that we've seen out there. And so I was just trying to do a petroglyph here of the Vanyu. We talked to them over there. They says, well, the Vanyu was more in this area. They didn't do the petroglyphs. That didn't start coming up till they moved into this area. And so you don't see it over there. But you see, and so I thought, hey, that'd be cool to just start putting that into a petroglyph kind of a deal.
Yeah, and it seems like what you did is you textured out the carving so that it feels like a petroglyph.
Yeah, so that's exactly what they do. They chip out the rock, and so this is what I did with this: is I just chipped out that area right in here, all of that, and that took forever.
I'm sure it did.
And so that's just something I'm kind of experimenting with, and it came out pretty good.
Yeah, I think so. So tell me about the 3 lines that are on the top.
The 3 lines are excuse me.
It's okay.
The 3 lines are representing the 4 directions. And then there's, in Tewa, there's deities, and these 3 are representative of those deities. And then, as well as 4 directions. And so that's kind of, I won't go any further than that, but that's what that represents. As well as the serpent that is part of those deities.
And how about this plain bowl that's right here? The one that's polished?
This one here?
No, one more. Yep, that guy. Would you call that a plate or a bowl, or what would you call the design?
Well, this
Or the
is
shape.
what we used to just throw piñons in here when we were kids. So I guess a piñon bowl is what we would call it. Anyways, when they would have piñons, they just throw it in here, and then we crack them and eat them. And
So for people who don't know what piñon is a nut that everybody knows is a pine nut, but it comes in a shell, and those shells come in pine cones on the trees that grow around here called piñon trees. And they're in the fall, they're always roasted with salt, and they're quite delicious to eat. And so this I think was a bowl for holding those nuts, and likely in the shell, correct?
yes, they were all in the shells, and they just throw them in here and pass it around to everybody that was in the room, and we'd snack on them. And that's the shape here.
That's the shape. And can you tell me about how tall that piece is?
Oh, maybe about a couple inches.
Yeah.
Maybe about 1.5 inches, maybe a couple inches.
And it's polished all the way on the inside, and you just do such a beautiful job with your polish. Is that the hardest part about making these?
Yes. Always, for me, the polishing is always the most difficult part. Polishing the inside is very intense, because not only are you doing the outside polish, but then you're taking the extra time to do the inside, which is, man, you have to be quick. And the key is you have to have a really good stone that can match the surface inside. And
do you do like the inside at once and then the outside?
all at one time.
All at one time.
Yeah. And so it's
And how many times do you polish the piece? Just once, or 4 or 5 times?
no, this is done just once.
Just once.
And so it's dried. I let it dry. Then I sandpaper it inside and outside. And then after I sandpaper it, then I put the red slip on. And then from that point, I have to polish like crazy before it dries.
So how so you apply that wet slip,
Yes.
and then you wet polish it right with a river stone,
Yes.
as quickly as you can. And how long would it take you to polish something like this?
This one probably take maybe 3 hours,
Mm-hmm.
2 to 3 hours.
And so you can't work in air conditioning or any place where there's where it sucks the humidity out of there. You want it to be very humid,
Yes.
so that it can go longer. So maybe that's done in front of a swamp cooler.
Well, I do it early in the morning.
Early in the morning,
when
okay.
it's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Especially this time of the year, you can't. I don't polish during the daytime. It's just too hard.
Mm-hmm.
Everything dries too quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So early in the morning.
Early in the morning,
And
yeah.
then, so that's how I do these ones, all of these pots,
Mm-hmm.
early in the morning.
Early in the morning.
So, yeah. But that's a challenge. Anybody that has their pieces polished inside,
Mm-hmm.
they've done
their homework.
They've gotten pretty good at polishing.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's very few people these days who will polish the inside, polish the inside of the pieces, because most people don't see the inside of the pieces, and so because of that, it's very difficult to find people who even do it anymore.
Yeah. It used to be pretty common,
Mm-hmm.
but now it isn't. Maybe in the past it was more common because they were more functional,
Mm-hmm.
and I believe it probably sealed it. The polishing kind of sealed the inside so
Mm-hmm.
it could hold liquids or more.
Well, we want to just remind everybody not to put any sort of liquids in the pieces. The Native Americans in this area have the ability to make another piece when the liquids destroy the surface, the look of the surface. So it's not something for you to do at home.
Yes.
But for the Native Americans, it's a perfectly okay and normal thing to do with their pieces, but don't do it at home. It will ruin the polish of the piece over time, and we do not recommend water in any piece that is Native American made, with the exception of one, which is Clarence Cruz, who is from Okewinge, who makes functional micaceous pottery.
Yes, and that's really important to note. Santa Clara's is more ornamental, and a while back they used to use it for just water storage. Mm-hmm. But they used to treat the inside a certain way, and these bowls, you don't want to put water in these at all. And so I'm glad you mentioned that.
Yep. Well, one of the things is the shape of what over here was a water jar, and originally they were used to store water many years ago. And in doing so, what would happen is the water would seep out to the outside of the piece, and it would evaporate from the outside because they're not sealed. And what it would do is the evaporation causes cooling, and it was a way of getting a cool drink of water in the hot summer. But the piece would dissolve very quickly, and you would soon have a pile of clay, and so you would have to go home, remake another one for those purposes. But these days, we have refrigeration and ice cubes and those sort of things, so it's become a decorative art rather than a functional art.
Yes.
So why don't you tell me about either the bowl or the one that's spinning around? And I know it's hard to tell that it's spinning around because it's so even and so beautiful.
So this, what I've done with this one is I've gone ahead and polished it again. This is the coil, and it has the second ring around it. And I've made the top here, again, with these ripples all the way around it. It takes time, it's hard work. Just a little bit of, as I'm making the coils, I'm constantly thinking, how am I going to make this shape? The shape, if you'll notice, it's the shape of my thumb. I don't know if you can see it, there you go. It's the shape of my thumb, so as I'm making this, I'm doing this, and it's making this flare all the way around as I'm building the coil. This shape here is also the shape of my thumb, but it's this part of the thumb. So every part of your hand is a tool. And so on this area, this shape here, of course, you're using your gourd in the inside. but as you're pushing out from the inside, the palm of your hand becomes the tool. And so you're holding it with the palm here, which allows it to make a concave as well as you add coils from the inside. When you're going in this way, you're adding coils not from the inside, but you're adding coils from the outside going in. And so this bowl, we use this for water storage a long time ago.
Don't use it today.
Don't use that it's ornamental. Need to make that clear. So if you put water in it, you're gonna be slapping your head on your forehead and thinking, what did I do? Don't want to do that. So that's what this is all about. Again, the polish. It's you got to be quick. You got to have fast. I can't express. The bowl itself is easy to make, but the polishing is really, really difficult. It takes years. I've been doing this since I was about 4. I didn't polish till I was about 18. And so I'm about 63 right now. And so it took me all those years to even get this far. There are no shortcuts. The techniques that we're taught are the shortcuts. If you try to shortcut those techniques, then you end up with a piece that doesn't look very good.
Yep. Well, these are really, really, really beautiful, Joe, and I really, really appreciate you bringing them here to us today. Is there anything else that you can tell me about any of the pieces, real quickly?
These ones here, let's see. So this one here is a different one. If you look closely at it, you'll see that the bowl is smooth all the way outside, on the outside. And then as you come up to the top, to the mouth of the bowl, you'll notice that it's not smooth anymore. You'll see striations. What that is the polishing stone. And rather than use carving or other methods, I'm just using the stone itself to make these marks that you're seeing here. Now, when we polish this, we're wetting it down before we polish it. It's dry. We sand it. I sand it. Then after it's sand, then I dampen it down a lot. And so when we dampen it down, then it's ready to put the slip on. I put the slip on, but I polish this side so that it's all smooth. I'm trying not to get any stone marks in there at all. Kind of succeeded fairly well, but up on top of where this ring is, I'm putting in the stone marks just to give it a different texture and design. Using the stone itself. And so that goes all the way around. I call this rope mark. I don't know what they call it, if there's any traditional thing, but that's what I've been doing with the stone on this. This is a little bit different. And so as I'm going around, I'm doing a lot of things that are kind of new to me. I used to do a lot of carving. And so now I'm experimenting in other areas.
Yeah, well, so I really like that where you have the plain base and then you have the top where it just has the slightest element of design to it, but it's not really design, it's built into the piece. And I really think that's quite wonderful how you do that.
Yeah, and so I'm trying to do that more and more with pieces. For me, it's very subtle, but that's what I'm after.
Well, wonderful. that is really great, and we really appreciate that. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to head over to Andrea, okay? So give me 1 second. Let me turn her mic on. All right, go for it, Miss Andrea.
Everybody's had a little bit to eat and feeling a little refreshed, and we're ready to rock and roll again. But if you have any questions or any comments, please don't hesitate to type those questions in to the YouTube program that you're looking at. And if you want to email us a question or a comment, we'll be just absolutely delighted to hear what you have to say. What I'd like to do is tell you a little bit about what's coming up. Tomorrow we are having Sherry Tafoya from Santa Clara Pueblo, who does very deeply carved Santa Clara pots. The following day is Jackie Shativa from Acoma Pueblo, who does white corrugated ware. The following day, Carolyn Concho, also from Acoma Pueblo, and she does polychrome painted seed pots mostly, and in various sizes and a few plates, and they all have membraze designs on them. And then for Saturday, the last day of the weekend, for this week, we are doing Sammy Naranjo and his partner Melanie Gutierrez. They both do sgraffito work and carving work on black pots, Sammy containers, and Melanie does turtles. So we're really looking forward to all of these people coming and joining us for these conversations. And for those of you that have purchased pieces today, thank you so much. You know, they benefit the potters. This program is in lieu of Indian Market, and the income that they receive is will add substantially to their annual income, because not having Indian Market this year, as Kevin said, is just like dropping off a cliff in terms of the financial support. And of course, you know, nobody belongs to a union, or do they get workers' comp or unemployment insurance or any of those other kinds of benefits from the government. And consequently, they, you know, this is the source for them. And we are just absolutely delighted that we can provide this venue. And also, if you like what you're seeing and you're hearing, and I know it's long, but, you know, please tell your friends to tune in also, because we figured that the process of making pottery takes such a great time that we wanted to make sure that whoever was watching would understand the kind of work that goes on with pieces of pottery. I am going to welcome back Joseph and Kevin. And Joseph,
Yes.
Tell me what you're up to.
Okay,
What's happening with that pot?
So what I've done is put a shoulder into the pot. I'll be starting to curve it in toward the center, and with that curving, instead of putting the coil inside the pot, I'll start putting it on the outside on the shoulder, and then start bringing it in. This coil then will start making a kind of a heart shape as I come in from the outside, and that's what I'm looking for, is that heart shape.
Now, is that pot going to tell you what shape it's going to be?
Yeah. It'll just kind of evolve into what it needs to look like. And then along the way, it may take on, it takes on a character of its own as you build it. And then so sometimes it'll turn into this, or sometimes it'll turn into a large, just a bowl that just comes up and then over and then a lip on top. It just depends on how it behaves, I guess, and in the process.
Well, I have a couple of questions for you.
Yes, yes.
A little bit about the history of Santa Clara Pueblo. In the ancient times, like so many of the pueblos of northern New Mexico, the people migrated from the Four Corners area because there was a change in climate. Is that true of Santa Clara Pueblo?
Yes. How should I explain this? So in our songs, some of the songs that we're singing in the different feast days, it mentions some of the areas that still exist in those areas in southern Colorado, in those areas where those ruins are. Talks about places, those places. And so...
Like Aztec ruin and like, what's the big national park?
Talks about mountains, peaks,
Mm-hmm.
areas, and so, and the ties into those areas. And so those connections are still there in the Pueblo through the songs.
In the oral tradition.
Yes.
Well, I mean, there was no written language. Is there a written language today? I mean, is there like a Tewa English dictionary?
Well, there's no Tewa. There's a Tewa English dictionary. It's a few pages.
A few pages.
But it's not extensive. It's very, very basic. And that's pretty much held within the tribe itself. And but it is there. Other than that, most everything's all passed down through verbally.
Well, if you look at the figures that are made by some of the pueblos, like Acoma and by Cochiti, and those two especially, the storytellers. And some people call them storyteller dolls, but they're not dolls. They are not playthings, not at all. What they are figural pieces of ceramics that depict usually grandparents who are telling their grandchildren the oral history of their culture. And just like every other culture in the world, grandparents and grandchildren have that special connection, mainly because the generation in between is too busy working. And since there was no written language, and a minimal one now, those traditions are still passed orally, whether it's in the form of storytelling or whether it's in the form of songs. Songs like every culture sing about their past history. And it's fun because, you know, all the songs and nursery rhymes and stuff that we have in this country, often they date back to some with oppression and some with celebration of European culture, whether it's the French or the English, or but all those sort of tales, like, you know, Little Miss Muffet and you could just go on with all of them. But the same thing is true in the native cultures, because they also have the songs and stories that, and the day may come when there is an English Tewa dictionary, because there's been lots of revival among Native American groups about preserving their languages and actually having someone record them before the elders, who remain the only people who can who know the language fluently enough. Before they pass on, they want to make sure that information isn't lost. Now, so Santa Clara came from Southern California. Yeah, they came from Hollywood, right?
Yeah.
No, they came from Southern Colorado, near the Four Corners area, and followed the water sources, I'm sure. That's so important. And they existed there for 1,000 years.
Well, they were up in the area.
Almost.
They started. It's interesting. They started migrating toward this area as we were talking to the folks, the archaeologists in that area. They started moving toward this direction, toward the areas that you see the pueblos now, Hopi, Acoma, all of these pueblos, around the 1300s.
1300s.
And sort of drought was happening, but they
Yeah.
they were already moving before that. They
Mhm.
started migrating before that. But in the larger migration, that's when the larger bodies started to move out of the area. As we went up in that area, it was interesting to see that it looks, as you drive along the roads in the Four Corners area, it looks so arid and dry, and it is.
It is
But-
now.
But as you go to some of these arroyos that are there, there's a lot of springs, almost every one of those arroyos, as they get to the rocks and go over the cliffs. In those arroyos, at the bottom of the arroyo, there's a big hole, and in that hole there's springs coming out from underneath the sandstone.
For those people who aren't familiar with the term arroyo is a dry riverbed that flows usually only after a rainstorm. And so it's a place for water runoff, but it doesn't have the same designation as a stream or a creek or a river might have, because the water is not there on a permanent basis.
And so it seemed like anyways, they were moving that around the 1300s right in there and coming toward this direction. As we walked along the cliffs and went to a lot of the ruins out there, come across food storage units, massive, huge storage units that are in the cliffs. Some of those are still have grain in them yet, corn, and they're sealed. Some of them are open. Some of them have still corn inside.
Do they have an expiration date on them? Used before?
Yeah.
Used before the next 500 years are up?
Yeah, it's really something, because those places are like, wow, they left, and there's stuff there like they were going to come back. I mean, it's just like if you went on vacation and left your stuff in your house, and then you came back later on.
And you never came back.
But they never went
came back.
Yeah,
Huh.
yeah. It's
Wow.
interesting, some of those places that are like that. So yeah, I guess the stories of the migration coming over this way, all the pueblos have those stories.
Yeah, well, you can sort of generalize that the northern pueblos probably came from the north and the southern pueblos came up from the south. And they all sort of settled around the Rio Grande River because it is a permanent flow of water. And so much of the designs that you see on the pieces of pottery have to do with water and how important it is here in the Southwest and how it's always been so important. So they were there around 1300, and right around the end of the 1500s, in comes the surprise of a lifetime. On horseback with guns, and the Spaniards, looking for fortune and fame, showed up in New Mexico. first landing in Mexico and then following the Rio Grande River right into Santa Clara's backyard.
Yeah. They when they pushed the southern Taiwan, they used to occupy the Galisteo Basin, and there's ruins over there in Galisteo in the basin over there. That was southern Taiwan, and they got pushed up this way,
And some got pushed to Hopi.
yeah, and so it's like we're fortunate to still be here. It's a good thing we revolted.
Yeah. Well, so the Spaniards came, and they came with a different culture that was really, I guess the word is, they wrote everything down. That's what they did. And in order to do that, they renamed a lot of things, or they interpreted a lot of things and then wrote them down. They gave the Native Americans last names, and they gave them Spanish last names. I mean, Naranjo is not a Tewa word. They renamed the villages, and they named most of them after Catholic saints, and they made maps, and the places on the maps they designated, in many cases, what the original Native American words were, but they screwed them up. I mean, what they did is what they heard, they wrote down in the equivalency of their language, and over time a lot of that changed a little bit, or it was just wrong to begin with. But Santa Clara, before it was Santa Clara, what was it called? And I'm sure by the people who live there, what is it known as today?
We're known as Hapo Winge.
Would you say that again?
Hapo Winge.
Hako Owinge.
Hapo is like singing water, because the water comes down from the canyon. And the creek goes right along on the north side of the village. And so
And Owinge
it's
means?
the village.
The village.
Yeah.
So it's a singing water village.
Yeah, or I heard of it also be called Kapo, meaning the Valley of Wild Roses too. But
The pink roses, those and the
wild.
yellow roses. We have lots of
Yeah.
nice wild roses around here.
but I would rather. I mean, to me, Kapo is singing water more. So is what I think. And so we're one of what? There's San Juan, Santa Clara.
Well, San Juan is now okay. Huinge.
Yes.
Powaki, Nambe,
Jitsuke.
San Ildefonso. 7 or 8 tails?
Yeah, 7. Then, no, there's
Or 8.
6.
6.
And then because there's Taos, and they
Yeah,
speak
we got like
Taos and
Pickeries.
Pickeries.
6 Tewa speaking villages.
Uh-huh.
So there's San Juan, Santa Clara, San Ildefonso, Tisuki, Nambe, Powaki. Those 6, no?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Taos up north is Tiwa, with Pickeries is Tiwa. Jemez is Towa. And then
San Domingo.
Esleda is
Curies.
Tiwa. And then Cochiri, San Domingo, they're Carison, Curies.
Carries.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
so
Now, are those languages, sort of like Spanish and Italian? If you know one, you can pretty much get the gist of everything with the other.
they they understood each other. You know, they actually could communicate. So yeah, there's some words that are similar, you know, with Karis and Tewa and Toa.
So I have a question for both of you. So if you put the slip on, are you polishing through the slip? This is from Judith.
Pardon?
If you put the slip on and then you're polishing it, do you polish through the slip? Or I think what she wants to know is a little bit about the polishing process.
Oh, okay. I have some red slip here. Maybe I can show
Sure, go
how
right ahead.
that kind of works.
And what's the gal's name?
Judith.
Judith. Judith, of course, we're going to have Joseph show you exactly what happens when you slip.
Okay.
But I think that a slip is a watery clay that is painted onto the outside of the pot, and with a river stone, it's
That's really
polished,
cool.
but the slip is polished, not the clay body,
Oh,
because the clay body and the slip can be different from each other, but it's the slip that will show on the surface. And if you notice
that's
that
nice.
Kevin's piece that he's working on, the clay body is that sort of buff color, and the slip is a red color. So the slip is painted on the outside, the surface is polished, and then what he's doing is he is carving away that the slip to reveal the clay body that's underneath.
Yeah, this piece is already fired.
Yeah, already fired.
Yeah, and the way you get the red is you don't use the horse manure or you don't smolter it to get the black.
What you do is you just fire it with wood.
With wood, yeah.
And so the iron oxide, that red iron oxide, is a regular chemical reaction of iron oxide when it's exposed to a lot of heat.
Yeah.
Now, when the pot is, the intention is to fire the pot black, you do that same process with firing it with wood to bring it up to temperature, and then what?
For the black?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, when you're firing with black, you'll use the wood, and then you'll let the wood burn, and you'll cook it, and then when it gets to like the hottest point of the firing.
And how hot do you think that might be, roughly?
I'd say about 1200 to 1400.
Mm-hmm.
And once it gets to a certain, the hottest point, then that's when we come with a dry horse manure and cover the entire firing, and it smelters it and smokes your pot black.
And so you smother the fire with manure, dried manure.
Yes, yeah. Cover the whole thing completely.
And what happened, so the manure is going to catch on fire on the inside. And when it does that, it reduces the amount of oxygen in the clay body, because what the fire does is that in order for it to keep burning, it needs oxygen. Otherwise, it just fizzles and goes out. And the place, and if it's all sort of sealed up with this thick layer of manure on top of it, the place it gets that oxygen to continue burning is from the clay itself. And it's called a reduction firing, where you reduce the amount of oxygen. And that's what causes the pots to turn black. That and the fact that the natural chemistry of the clay in this area will do that. I mean, there are lots of other clays in different parts of the world that you could smother it with manure until literally the cows came home. and you wouldn't get the same quality of black pottery as you do here in New Mexico with the particular clay from the Pueblo.
Okay, Andrea, this is the red clay, the slip.
The
how
slip.
It looks when it's taken out of the earth. It's
And
just,
where do you find it?
that's top secret.
I mean, is it like flat on the ground, or do you have to dig a hole, or is it in the exposed cliffs, or
It's in a cliff.
in the cliffs? And how do you get it out of the cliff?
Just with a crowbar.
With a crowbar.
Because it's really hard. It's
Yeah.
and it's
And
it's
there's-
hard. And so you takes a lot of effort to get it out because it's one solid that's like crushed, really compact. Just and so you got to get it out.
It's like a rock, huh?
It's like a rock when you're trying to
Yeah.
get it out.
But it's probably red iron oxide, or red iron.
Yeah, something like
It's
that.
iron. Just like, the rust that accumulates in water, or metal that rusts. It's the same sort of coloration.
Yes, and so you have it, and it's in a clay, and so you're digging it out, and then you're soaking it, and how we sift it, we do the same thing. So we can get all the impurities out, so that it's easier to polish with. Otherwise, you have rocks and all kinds of stuff in there. And so we go ahead and sift it out, and that's what I have in here. It's just really fine. I don't know if I can.
Well, it's interesting when people come in here and don't know anything at all about making pots, and we tell them that the pots are painted. Well, they think that, they're fired in the kiln, and after you're done, you go to Home Depot and you buy a quart of burnt sienna and a quart of velvet brown, or whatever name someone has given that color, and you paint it onto the surface. Well, that's not the case at all. Nothing from Home Depot will ever darken your door, other than the things you might need to keep your house together. But by the word paint, what is referred to is the liquidy substance that's put on the surface before the pot is polished, and it's really slip as opposed to paint, which is watery clay. And so you have a piece there that you started. Looks like an animal.
Yeah, it's my son made this.
Oh, nice.
He was asking what it was, and I says, I don't know. My son made it. It looked like a little bear.
Yeah.
And so what it'll do is, and this is where I was talking about over there earlier about putting the slip on and how it's dry, and you wet down the piece, and then you have to polish like crazy. And so I'm just going to do the top, just to give folks an idea of what this does, this question about the slip. And so we're putting on the slip right now after it's been dried and sanded. And I'm just going to put a little bit more on. I'm going to let it dry, not all the way dry, but so to where it's kind of a damp feel to it. At a certain point, then I'll start polishing. If you start polishing too early, then it starts to peel, and you don't want it to do that. But you don't want it to dry either, otherwise it doesn't. It'll scratch up pretty bad.
So in the polishing part, you're probably putting a little pressure on it to force the slip in the clay body together.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're welding when exactly what you said, Andrea, because if you don't do that, then your clay doesn't weld to the piece itself, the existing clay.
And then the slip falls off, and all that work for nothing.
Yes, and then you get bubbles.
Oh, which is even worse.
And that's
Then-
what you don't want. So you need to really
Yeah.
press it just right, or you don't get that weld.
Otherwise, that little bear's going to have to go to the dermatologist.
Yeah, yeah. Or get, what do they call it during Christmas? They give those white elephant gifts for Christmas.
Yes. Yes.
My family really likes my white elephant gifts because they have these bubble ones that they're all happy to get for Christmas.
Oh, but just think, you can always turn the bubble towards the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it looks just like, it's a perfect pot. Which I think is really interesting because a friend of mine who had been watching, and I told him about how happy one of our potters was to see one of her grandmother's pieces, that he didn't realize that potters really don't keep their own work, because this is the way they make a living, and they put those pieces out into the marketplace so that they can trade it for groceries and shoes for the kids and all those things that you need in life. And the same was true with their family members. So for them to have an inventory at home or a collection at home, that it is something that is really quite unusual, and that's why she was so surprised to see her grandmother's pot. And the pieces that are damaged, that look so good that you don't want to give them up ever, those are the ones that usually tend to stay at home rather than the ones that are saleable. So what are you polishing with?
That kid. Yeah.
Oh,
I have a funny story. My grandma used to do the traditional paint it, and they fired, and one of the pots had a hairline crack,
Yeah?
and so she would put it on the table. And usually when she'd come to sell, we'd come to the porch. And back then when we'd come to the porch, it was a lot of potters, a lot of the Pueblo people come up here, and they were the ones.
In Santa Fe on the plaza,
on the
there
Portal.
is the old Palace of the Governors, which is the oldest governmental building in the country. And it is now a history museum, and the native people from the area come and sell their wares underneath the portal, of the Palace of the Governors. But because it's a museum, the museum has sort of rules and regulations about what can be sold there, and they are basically an extension of the museum. So your grandma came to sell underneath the portal.
Yeah, I would come with them, and they sell at the porch, and I was little. And but back then, she fired, and one of the pieces had a hairline crack. And so she put it on the table, and my aunt asked, "You're not gonna sell? How come you're not gonna sell that? How come you're not putting it in the basket to take?" She goes, "It's got a hairline on it, a hairline crack," and so she said, "Oh." And my mom asked the same thing. She asked, "How come you're not taking that one to sell?" And she said, "Because it's got a hairline crack." She said, "What you gonna do with it?" She goes, I'm not gonna sell it." And then their younger brother came in, my uncle, and he asked, "What's wrong with that pot?" And she told him it has a hairline crack. He grabbed it off the table and he wrapped it up and he took it with him. And my mom and my aunt looked at each other and they said, "How come he got to take it?" And she told him, it was there on the table for you guys. Whoever got it first could have taken it, but you guys didn't get it, and your brother got it, so he took off with it.
He took off with it.
Yeah, he got to get the pot. But that was a funny story because, you know, she put it out there for them. You know, whoever wanted it could have got it, and
But they didn't realize that.
didn't know. So
And
the
so
brother
he just,
got to get it.
he just came in and snuck in the back door.
Oh yeah, he
huh?
knew what to do.
Do we have a question?
We do have a question, and it's from Judith, and she would like to know, is the piece that Kevin is working on already fired, or is it just dried?
Oh no, this is already fired. This was fired without horse manure and without the smoking the piece. So if it wasn't fired, it'd be real soft, and I wouldn't be able to get the detail that I have on here. So everything that I like to draw on, I like to draw on it after it's already been fired, because that's how I get my my detail is, you know, with it being a hardened cooked piece already. So yeah, this piece is already fired.
Kevin, you know, sgraffito, which is an Italian word which means to scratch, has been done for centuries among cultures around the world. But when did Santa Clara start doing sgraffito work? Who's the one who instigated all of that?
You know what? It's funny. They say it's like probably like in the 60s, maybe late 50s, 60s. But I was a tour
The
guide up.
1960s or
1960s,
50s.
yeah.
Okay.
I was a tour guide up there in Pouillet, and we would find the corrugated pots, like how that piece is made there, or you know, they call it biscuit ware, or the polychrome, and we find those pieces there at Pouillet. And on one of we call it the taking care of the trails, you know, making sure the trails are good and clean and no weeds, or make sure we go up and pick up trash if any of the
Pouillet Cliffs is the site of an ancient cliff dwelling. Cliff dwellers that are on the Santa Clara Reservation.
That's
which is
one
open
of
to
our,
tourists.
Yeah, it's one of our our ancestral homes, and so I was on what do you call it? Cleaning the trail. There was a piece that I found, and it wasn't biscuit ware. It was a darker piece too, and it was scratched. Mm-hmm. So I'll have to say, you know, way back then they were already.
Yeah. Well, you know, people talk about the fact that there's nothing new in the world.
Yeah.
It's just a slightly different interpretation sometimes. Well, like Marie Martinez at San Ildefonso, people think that she invented black pottery, but black pottery was done in prehistoric times. She and her husband Julian were the people that they revived it, and their revival was so beautiful and gorgeous and so popular that the revival is now part of the heritage and part of the tradition. But there was a big gap in between when black pottery was as popular then as it is today. And maybe, you know, I know that Joseph Lone Wolf is one of the people who is credited for repopularizing sgraffito, and his papa, Camilio Sunflower Tafoya, and then that whole sort of branch of the Tafoya family does sgraffito work, and that oftentimes it says, you know, people say that he's the one who who started it, but if there's ancient evidence, well, it was the repopularizing, just like Maria repopularized the black pottery technique.
You know, definitely it surprised me to find that kind of a shard up there, a big pottery shard. So I made sure I put it on one of the rocks. So we had like, you know, big rocks that had different types of pots on their pottery shards. So we came to that certain point on the trail. We could stop there and talk about the pottery, and so I was surprised to, you know, see a like what,
sgraffito,
scratch piece up there.
Well, they probably didn't have X-Acto knives to do
No.
that, but
They
what
had
would you
obsidian,
think?
though.
What, maybe a piece of flint?
Yeah,
Or
definitely.
obsidian?
Yeah, the flint, and that was pretty neat, you know, to see something like that, because it's amazing what is up there. Because we went, like how I was telling you, through the trails and cleaning. That was part of the job, making sure, maintaining and cleaning the trails. And we went through the trail every day, all 6, 7 of us tour guides taking different groups, different times of the day. And one day I took a father and his daughter on the trail, and there was this one cave that had a petroglyph in the back inside the cave, and we would always stop right there to show the tourists the petroglyph in the back. And the little girl that was with her dad that day, she goes, look what's right there. So she went down and she picked it up. And I'm not kidding, there was an arrowhead about this long, and it was like about that wide, a big spear point. And she found that big spear point, and we went through there every day.
You went through there every day,
yeah,
and she was the one
and
who
she was the one
noticed.
that found it. Yeah,
Well, she's closer to the ground.
yeah, really. And so we put that on display down there at Pouillet. And then it was pretty fun working there as a tour guide, because we got to talk about the pottery, the farming,
Do you farm?
Yeah,
You have a garden?
Yeah, I have a garden.
And what have you planted in your garden?
This year we planted the white corn, the blue corn, pumpkin, squash, cucumbers, chili, tomatoes that Joe and Eunice gave me to transplant, so I got those in there. Pumpkins and watermelon. So a little bit of everything.
Yeah, you must have a big patch, because some of those things like the squash and the watermelons and the pumpkins, they take up a lot of room.
They sure do.
Yeah.
They grow real big, yeah.
Wow. And is your garden doing well, even though it's not really raining around here?
Yeah, it's doing good. Right now it's growing with the weeds. The weeds seem to be winning all the time.
Oh, the weeds always win. That's why they're called weeds.
Yeah, so yeah, in fact, this week I had to go and take out the corn and pick the chili and whatever else is ready. But we've been eating squash all summer long, so that's been picked throughout the whole summer. So yeah, and then on the tours, we got to talk about the way they farmed and the geological area. How you were talking about the Valles Caldera. We talked about the Valles Caldera and how that blew up and.
Yeah, they found rocks in Colorado.
Yeah,
when that baby blew, it really went
It
far.
really did. Yeah, they said what I was told was that the ashes went clear all the way up to Chicago. So, that was a pretty big volcano. And the caldera itself, it's like about 15 miles long and about 11 miles wide. So you can imagine how big the volcano was before it blew.
Well, they said that it was higher than Mount Everest.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that.
And now it's what, about?
Under the highest peak is just right under
12,000 feet.
It's like about 11,900 something.
So half of it went away.
Yeah, really.
Fast. Really fast.
Well, it was a big, big volcano.
But there weren't any people around, so
Yeah.
that made a difference. New Mexico is really full of volcanoes. And some of them, if you gave a kid a pencil and said, draw a volcano with the slope up and the little flat thing on the top and the slope down, that's exactly what they look like here.
Yeah.
So this is it's kind of polished there, and didn't finish it, but gives you an idea of what the polishing stone does to it. So you put the slip on, polish it, and then get it to keep polishing it, get it to the point where it's nice and shiny, and then it's ready to put designs on. Not carve, but paint, and then fire, and then or if it's just plain fire, and then do what Kevin's doing with this after it's fired. And so maybe that answers the question.
I hope so, Judith. I hope that answers your question. If you have any more, don't hesitate to let us know. But as you can see that you were usually using a polishing stone. Where did you get your polishing stone?
Well, this one has been passed down from a long time back, and this is one of my grandmother's stones, and she says that she got it from her somewhere down the line, her grandparents.
Wow.
And so you see the stone is just born into different shapes. And so this part, how it's concave here.
Yeah, if you just keep it where the pot is, because that's where the camera is pointing to.
Oh, where's the camera?
Right, it's
right here?
Yeah, right there.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you see the shapes, and so if you got this bowl, that shape there would just fit perfectly, just like that. Mm-hmm. On the inside, it would fit. This here would fit perfectly on the inside, and this point here would be on the sides here as it's curved, like that. And then where's that other part? Oh, right here. This part on the lips right here, that would fit there just right.
Wow.
So it has a bunch of use. It's like a Swiss Army knife.
Like a yeah. That's a
the
nice
Swiss
stone.
Army knife of pottery. But it took probably several lifetimes
To get
of
that.
people using it to get it to be that versatile. And you certainly wouldn't want to have to go through that process each generation. That doesn't make any sense. A friend of mine said that polishing stones were like box seats at the San Francisco Opera House. You can't buy them, you can only inherit them.
Yeah.
And so you inherit those polishing stones. Tina Garcia, if you remember, Tina told me once that one of her kids ate one of her polishing stones. And she said she got it back, but...
through due process.
But still, the kid ate it, so which was really kind of funny. And she was horrified, not only for her child's health, but because, this probably belonged to her great-great-great-great-grandmother.
Yeah, the stones, you can find stones, all kinds of stones, but It's really hard to find the stone that at least will work for me. This stone here, these two, we were at Yellowstone, and every time I go to a place like that, they always have stone boxes and where they're polished. Well, this one was up in the rack, and it had eyes on it. It was a pet rock. So I looked at that, and he says, "Hey, that's exactly the shape I'm looking for." And so I took the eyes off of it, and now it's my other pet rock.
You have a question?
We actually have a bunch of questions.
Yeah.
The question is, she's wondering about the figure, the piece that is being polished. Is it fired or just dried?
The little animal?
Little bear.
Yes, it's this piece. Yeah, it's dry. It went through this process that I'm doing with the bowl right now, but the animal finished it, and then we let it dry, sanded it down, and then now we put the slip on it and polish it with a stone, and that's where it's at right now. If we finish the whole piece, where I would like to do it, have it done, then we would then take it to fire.
You let it dry completely.
Let it dry
and then,
completely.
Yeah.
Because at some point,
and take it to be fired.
if it's too, like right now it's too dry, it'll start to scratch. And so I just don't have the time to focus on it right now.
Yeah, and you just you have to. It's all by feel and by sight.
Yes.
No mechanical gauges to tell you when it hit the right point. Experience is the gauge.
Yes, and
Yeah.
you'll feel it as you're polishing. You'll feel the clay, how it starts to. I don't know. There's just a feel to it.
Is there a drag?
There's
on
a
the
drag.
stick? Yeah.
Before the drag, it just glides, and then all of a sudden it just stops.
Yeah.
And if you go past that, you'll start scratching your bowl.
All right, and Judith also is wondering if there's any mica in the clay.
In these pieces, no.
Not in these, but if we choose to, like, we could make a micaceous slip, and then while it's at that dry point, then you could put that micaceous slip on, and then after that, not necessarily use the stone, but you could buff it while it's like not really dry. You could just start.
It's too gritty to get a beautiful shine like that.
Yeah.
You'd wind up with a gritty surface.
There's different kinds of techniques. Like you could use micaceous clay at certain points, but in our clay now that we're doing, there's no mica in it.
Okay, and then one more question is, what type of stones are your polishing stones?
Mine, they can be any kind. These are more, what's that, obsidian?
Is that agate?
Yeah, that's what these are.
A lot of, I got a couple at home that are agate.
And these are,
And
that's the kind of stone I mostly have. This is just a crystal, a white crystal, and that's been polished, buffed down. This one, I'm not sure. This is just a river stone that's been used for a long, long time. I'm not sure what kind of stone this is.
Well, we have a comment here by Gail from Missouri. And she said, I don't know that it is deliberate, but I've noticed today and another day that the rhythm of the potter's movements and the accompanying sounds remind her of native drumming.
When I'm at home making this, and it's quiet, and as you're in this quiet place, you're totally focused, and you can hear your heart beating. You can hear all of that going on. It's quiet. very quiet, and you start to work. When I'm doing this, it'll usually match up with what's happening in my whole body. It's just something that happens naturally. It just creates that rhythm. It's just there. When you're doing your pots, when you're making your striations, you're also following that rhythm. It's just something that happens as you're doing this. I think maybe that's why it makes, what would I say, brings a certain calmness as you're working on your pieces. You're not thinking of anything. You're totally focused on your
Going
piece.
into the zone.
Yes. Yes. And when you go to that zone, there's no time. You might be there for 5, 6, 7 hours, and when that time passes, you say, "Oh wow, it's already getting dark."
Yeah.
And you won't even know any of that because you're totally focused and in this rhythm. When you're agitated, when you're not at peace with yourself, when something's happening in your life, it's hard for me to make pottery because something's there that won't let me make the pieces that I need to make. But when I get to that place again, that's how I measure, am I going in a good way? That's how I can measure myself. If I can't make pottery, then I think, okay, what do I need to address in my things that I'm doing in my
Go
life?
pick weeds.
Yeah, that balance, I need to achieve that balance again.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, that's just the way our making a piece or even etching, like I could have my pottery there and I might want to work on it, but I'll try and sit down and it just don't feel right. And I get up and either go to the garden or go outside and do stuff around the yard and or help the kids with whatever they need help with, and then you come back, then everything feels better, and then you could just start working.
I think what Kevin was, for me, that's probably very. I noticed for me that's makes things work better. Where when you go out to help other people, or you not just focusing on yourself, you get into that place, that balance, a lot faster and a lot easier. When that, for me, that's what happens.
It definitely, yeah.
But if I'm like selfish and say, Kevin, I'm not going to share this with you, then it's really hard to get into that balance that we're talking about.
And then everything starts going wrong.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then it's not only the
that
potter.
pot's saying, "Go away, leave me alone.
Yeah, yeah.
Come back when you can behave yourself."
Yes. But so they tell us that we should have a good heart when we're making. When I say not a heart attack kind of heart, but I mean a peaceful heart, a peaceful giving.
A kind heart.
Kind heart when we're doing this, because
heart.
then it becomes a lot easier to make. I hope that kind of answers the question about that rhythm.
Yeah, well, I think that was a real interesting observation on Gail's part from Missouri. Good for you. Anyway, if anybody else has any questions or comments, please don't hesitate, because I think those questions and comments really add to the depth of what's happening here.
Back to the COVID comment earlier in the day.
Yeah.
This balance Well, Kevin's out in the field. I'm out in the field. We're doing things.
You don't
out in
have
the
a garden?
field. Yeah, we have.
You share? You
No, he has his own, and
Uh-huh.
I have my own, Eunice and I. But
Uh-huh.
this being out in the garden, being out in these places, making plants to grow and to give to Kevin or to friends, to neighbors, these all contribute to what this is. And right now with this COVID, everybody's at confusion. A lot of people that I talk to are,
Yeah, what do we do?
yeah, what's
What's
going to
happen next?
Yes.
Right.
And the anxiety has built in a lot of people, I notice, and they're fearful. And so we don't need to be fearful. This balance that we need to get to takes you past this fear. A fear is opposite of light. And so this is important. How do you achieve the light? Well, in our culture, they explain this. I can't really say much there, but it's important to go in this direction to get rid of that fear. When this fear is gone, then everything becomes balanced, and then you can move forward. Of course, you move forward with caution, but you have a confidence that you can move forward in.
Well, it's no wonder that everybody is so fearful. I mean, this virus can be a death sentence.
Yes.
And so there is no balance in life because there's no life at all. And so many people, hundreds of thousands of people dead. I mean, it's just, unbelievable, and so quickly and so unexpectedly. And
I don't know how folks in the cities handle this. I just don't. I can't comprehend it, because if I'm in the Pueblo, probably my closest neighbors are maybe 8 to a half a mile away. I'm out there with my equipment, farm equipment, doing that, and then doing pottery. And I couldn't understand, for me being locked down I don't even feel it, because I'm free to go everywhere. I'm in the fields, I'm irrigating, and going for the walks down to the river, and there's no inhibition.
Yeah, you can go outside. Imagine me being in New York City and you're on a 5-story walk up in a studio apartment, and you can't go outside the door. And you haven't been able to go outside the door for months.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Even going to the grocery store, you feel as though your life is in danger, which it is.
Yes.
Must have been horrible, and still must be horrible for people.
Yeah, and it's really something to just kind of think. I talked to my son who's in Albuquerque, living down there, and he says, "Dad, all I do is go to work, come home, shut the door, and that's it. Then go back to work." And he works for Lowe's, but he's in one of those jobs where he can get out and do stuff, at least at work. But there's a lot of folks that can't do that, and it's how would that be? I just can't imagine.
Well, if we all behave ourselves, it'll pass eventually.
Yes.
And the sooner we behave ourselves, the sooner it's going to go, and the sooner they get a vaccine, which they're working on.
Well.
But in the meantime, you'll make pots and make beautiful things, and we will try to sell them here for you.
Well, you've seen that. You showed us a comic earlier, a comic strip.
Yeah, right.
And that's what we're doing right now.
Exactly. Derek, if you want to set it up so we can show one of Ricardo Cate's cartoons. He's a local Native American guy from Clara Pueblo, which used to be Santo Domingo. But it's really kind of fun. I mean, he does all these great cartoons from an Indian perspective, And the one there has to do with the fact that she used her time wisely making pots during the pandemic, and that's exactly what's happening here. 5 days a week, people are coming in and making pots, making more inventory for when the time gets better. But one of the reasons that we're here today is that we are trying to sell some of this inventory for Kevin and for Joseph and Eunice. The pots are up on your screen, but it may be easier to view them because the pots, especially Kevin's pots, are small. But if you go to our website, AndreaFisherPottery.com, and then click on Artists, and then click on N for Naranjo, and Kevin Naranjo and Joseph and Eunice Naranjo are all listed. And when you click on their names, their pieces will appear. The most expensive ones are, the most expensive one is the first one you'll see. And as you scroll down, they are in order of decreasing price. But there's more information there, description, measurements, price, a little bit easier to see than what is on our display, but display will give you an idea of the variety and the depth of some of their abilities, that's for sure. And of course, you look at Kevin's, and the ones we have are teeny, weeny little pots compared to what he's working on now. The pot that is expected to take 450 hours of just doing the scratching, carving work into the piece. Excuse me. Those were a couple sneezes. And I tend to sneeze that way. It's a miracle I have any eardrums left. Because the sneeze all stays in. But anyway, I'm sorry. And talking too much. That's what happens to you when you talk too much. Well, I was just thrilled because over the weekend I got my hair cut. And I let my hair grow for 5 months. And
Oh, really?
God, I hated it. Because this is really me. Short and easy and ready to go. But it's good to be, back. It's good to be feeling myself again because of an old hairdo. Anyway, now, Kevin, I notice around your piece there is a band of feathers.
Yeah.
How long did it take you to do those feathers?
The feathers, I'll say probably about a week and a half to 2 weeks.
Of all day?
On and off. Like sometimes sit there and do a couple hours and then have to take a break and then do something else and then come back and then work on it some more.
Well, with your kids at home, isn't that kind of hard?
Yeah, it is.
A 6-year-old?
Right now, he's with his mom.
Oh.
All three of them, the boys, they're with their mom, and they come over and they visit over there to Santa Clara. Almost sometimes.
Where do they live? Not at Santa Clara?
They live in San Ildefonso with their mom.
Oh, just up the road.
Yeah, just
or
next
down
door.
the road.
Yeah,
just down the road.
And so they come over, and when they come over, that's when I do stuff with them, and then when they're not there, then I'll either be working on my pottery, or I have my nephew over there, my 2 nephews. They'll be there at my mom's place too, and so I was doing something with them. Like my sister's youngest, he's there, so I take him to the garden with me. So he likes to go to the garden and be there too. So we're always busy doing something.
Yeah.
Either garden work or either pulling weeds outside the yard. Well, it looks like we're talking about those afternoon clouds. I sure hope it rains. It's a little dark out there.
It's starting to do it. Hallelujah. As you look west, it's sort of blue and with streaks of white in it. But if you look east, it's getting that nice dark gray color. And the sun isn't streaming down. The coloration is pretty flat now.
It's that Indian market feel.
Yeah, right, exactly. It's that Indian market time. But it's a rare occasion when it does not rain at Indian Market. And I remember when they used to do 8 Northern. And what 8 Northern was a fair like a marketplace like Indian Market, but it was only for the 8 Northern Pueblos and a few other people they may have invited along the way, but basically for the 8 Northern Pueblos. And it revolved, and one year it would be at one Pueblo and then move on to the next. And then they built a permanent place for it at Okewinge, which is formerly San Juan. And after that, for some reason, it just didn't happen anymore. And I don't know what the inside story is, but it never failed. It poured always at 8 Northern.
Oh, yeah, it did.
Always, always.
I remember when you were at the wheelwright going over there to the case trading post.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
that was a long time ago, Kevin.
I know.
I've had this business for 27 years. I can hardly believe that. And Derek's been here for what, 12? Mm-hmm. 12 years. Oh, wow. I mean, the time is just flying by. But my father always said the days drag on and the years fly by. I never realized what he meant until recently.
Until now.
But one time at Pickery's, it was just truly amazing. 8 Northern was held up there. And what they had done is they had taken a sort of a flat area of the land and they had bulldozed it and leveled it off so that they could accommodate a lot of cars to park. And you have to remember, there's a lot of clay in the soil around here. Well, the sky was getting blacker and blacker like it is right now outside. And there were a couple drops. Well, I grabbed everything and ran to the car as fast as I could and put that car in gear and got out of that field, slipping and sliding as the rain started coming down. And apparently it took them 2 weeks to get all the rest of the cars dug out of that field because there was so much rain and they were all sinking in the clay of that field. We have another question?
We have a couple things. We have one from Genevieve. Genevieve says, "Thank you so much. I've learned a ton." We have another one, which I'm sorry, I missed a question from Gay about potters getting cramps from polishing. How do you guys, not get cramps from polishing?
Oh, it happens. You call that the claw. No, it does. Especially big pieces. The best time to polish it, I'd say, is like early in the morning. You get up around 4, have your stuff all set up, and then polish from 4 to about 10 o'clock before it gets real hot, and that's when I usually polish. But yeah, it does happen. It happens especially when you don't polish, and like you'll have your pieces and then you'll polish those and then you'll take a break, and it's like you don't have anything to polish, and then you start coming back, then your hands have to kind of like readjust and remember how to hold a stone and all your, your pottery. But if you keep doing it constantly, it's not too bad, and you don't get cramps that much.
Well, with a big pot, you can't stop polishing.
No, you can't. You have to
Once
go all the
you start,
way through.
you go all
That's
the
the
way
thing,
through.
yeah.
Otherwise, you get seams
Yeah.
and funny areas. And not only is that a result of how the slip is, the dryness or the wetness of the slip that you're painting on, but it's also because, just like anything else, when you begin the process again, it's just slightly different each time. And boy, it really shows up. I have a question. Ruby Panana was here, the very first one that we did. She's from Zia Pueblo. She lives at Jemez. She makes big Zia-style pieces of pottery. She said she doesn't have any fingerprints from making pottery.
Oh, wow.
Do you have fingerprints?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Oh, darn, I guess I'm going to have to go rob the bank with her.
In fact,
Yeah,
some of the pieces like that corrugated one, the shards that I will find up there, like how you were saying she uses it, and she, with her nail, presses the clay like that. On some of those pieces up there, you can still see their fingerprints in the shards, and that's
Wow.
pretty unique. I mean, that's
And those
neat.
shards are hundreds of years old.
And then when I was working with Nambe Corporation, we were doing redoing the kiva, and we had to take some of the old adobe that wasn't too good, and those adobes were like, they said that place, that round kiva was made like say 1200, around there.
Around the year 1200?
1200, yeah.
Wow.
You could see their handprints on the adobes too that were made,
Yeah.
and then even in some of them you could see the fingerprints too, and so it's pretty interesting on fingerprints being left behind.
Well, Nampeo of Hano, who was the lady who changed Hopi pottery from a utilitarian form to an art form. She was illiterate and did not sign any of her pieces. And her great-granddaughters come in here and help us identify some of her pieces. And what they do is they put their hands on the inside to feel where her fingers had been, and they can tell instantly whether it was great-grandma's pot or somebody else's.
Oh, wow.
And they're the ones who authenticate Nampeo's pieces for us. If you notice on our schedule, we do not have any Hopi potters or Navajo potters. And the reason that we did is when we put all this together, the pandemic was just, racing through those communities. And we weren't sure whether they were ever going to be able to leave to come and see us. And so it's interesting, we've had a few potters that have been watching these discussions and conversations with potters, and they called us up and said, hey, can we do one too? Well, after doing 20 in a row, I think we're going to take a little break for a while, and then we can pick up later on in the year with some Hopi and some Navajo potters once all this pandemic has passed. And it will just, make it a little easier. But, it's really been fun doing them because I've learned so much about all the nuances and some of the history and customs of the Pueblo people. And by the way, if you don't know, Pueblo is merely a Spanish word that means village. And while Pueblo and village are interchangeable, reservation is its definition is a little more extensive. So in other words, a reservation encompasses all the land that a tribe might own, including some pueblos, villages, that have many villages on their reservation. And like Acoma, for example, they have 4 or 5 different regions within the reservation in which they live. So basically, reservation, pueblo, and village have pretty much the same definition.
That's why when you go to a restaurant and they ask you, you have a reservation? I always tell them, yeah, I got a reservation.
Yes, it's many, many, many hundreds of thousands of acres. Right?
Pretty good. The other way to get rid of your cramps,
Yeah.
what's that? Aspercream
Oh, yeah?
and Advil or ibuprofen.
Yeah. You mean there's not some local remedy where, you boil the Indian tea and you add 3 drops of honey and 5 oregano leaves and the cramps go away? I mean,
Pickle juice.
Yeah, there you go.
Pickle
That works
juice.
too.
Yeah.
pickle juice works?
After dancing the
Yeah.
whole day for feast, and you come back home
Cramps.
and you're sitting there resting, and all of a sudden you get a bad cramp, and you're yelling and screaming. The first thing you're yelling and screaming for is
Pickle
pickle juice.
Pickle juice. So you fill the bathtub full of pickle juice
No,
and
you
just climb
drink
right
it.
in.
You drink that pickle
You
juice.
drink the
Yeah,
pickle
you drink it
juice.
straight. That's one of the things that I save for.
feast.
Yeah,
After you dance.
after you dance. Yeah.
Hey, you know what? I heard a nasty little rumor about you, Joe. I hear the way you get rid of your hand cramps is you wash the dishes.
Oh yeah, yeah. Went in warm water.
In warm water.
Yeah, that helps. That helps. Yeah.
Oh,
'Cause-
yeah. And I'm hearing all kinds of little tidbits about you. Tell me about those little plastic containers that you have.
Oh, the story behind those. Oh, as I'm doing this, to keep it level, to keep it straight, I use those to do that, and I'll cut.
Yeah.
I'll set this knife on there, and it gets even with the lip, and then I just turn the bowl like that, and it cuts it straight, so you have a level top all the time.
Cheater, cheater, cheater.
And so I was thinking, oh, okay, if I did that, that'd be good. But one year I was doing that, and I was thinking, how do I get that so it doesn't get lopsided, And so then my son had a barrel of these.
They're like measuring cups, aren't they?
Oh, they're called what do you call them? Barrels in a barrel?
Barrels in a barrel, huh?
Yeah, they go inside each other.
Like Russian nesting dolls?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And my son got those for Christmas one year. He got his set.
Yeah.
And so I kind of confiscated from him.
Oh, great for sandcastles, I bet.
Yeah, and then
If we only had an ocean. A beach we have lots of, but ocean not so much.
and so a few years later, like quite a while, I bought him a set. I bought me a set and gave his back. And so about what?
Oh, so he got the used car, right?
Yeah,
Instead
so
of the
6
new
years ago
family
I
car,
said,
right?
here's your barrels back.
Yeah. Well, the reason that I know about these dishwashing and cheater nesting cups was because Eunice, your wife, sort of spilled the beans, so to speak. And in a minute or so, we're going to get to meet Eunice. And I know Eunice's name is on a demonstrator's list today, but she has relinquished the pottery making to you, but I understand she's involved in the process as well. And one of the things that we would like to do is, maybe talk to her for a few minutes and ask her what she's responsible for.
Oh, yeah.
Other than dirtying the dishes so that you can avoid the hand cramps.
Yeah, she, on the painting, I can't paint, whether it be inside the bowl or anywhere on the piece. My hands just aren't steady, but she has really steady hands, so a lot of that and all the detail work, my detail work is just terrible. It's just, so she has a lot of patience, and she does. You'll have to talk to her about that.
Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to be able to say hello to her and meet her. And we're getting all set up. Do you hear what I just heard?
Yeah.
Thunder. Oh, well, who knows a song about rain? Anybody here? Anybody here?
Rain, rain, come this way.
Don't go away.
But the sky's getting really dark. What a good omen, huh?
Oh, definitely.
What a good omen to be able to have a little bit of rain.
Do you want to see it right here? Yeah, take off.
Do we want to see her too?
Here, yeah, come over here.
Come over here. And I'll move.
Yeah. So we're going to take this off? Yeah, switch places.
Walk around.
Yeah. There we go. Well, I'm afraid there's not much in the way of pickle juice around here. So, yeah, but this way you can take care of your pookie.
This one here?
Yeah, Pookie.
That's funny.
Apparently in Tewa, the word for butt cheeks is pookie, as well as the thing that you start your piece of pottery in, which is not exactly the way to start a conversation with you, Eunice. But Eunice, welcome. Thank you for being here. Tell me what your part of the process is.
Oh, I guess I'm Joseph's girl Friday.
Oh.
Yeah. But that's okay, because I've learned to appreciate the work and all, and I didn't know about the Santa Clara pottery until about, I guess when I was in high school.
Are you originally from Santa Clara?
No.
Where are you from?
I'm Navajo,
Uh-huh.
and my mom is from an area south of Shiprock called Sheep Springs. It's a very small
I know
community.
Where Sheep Springs is.
Yeah, that's where my mom's originally from.
And that's in New Mexico.
In New Mexico, yeah. And so, my goodness, I didn't even know about Pueblos at that time. When growing up, and when I met Joe in high school, he had told me he was Pueblo, and I used to introduce him to people that I, like family and friends and acquaintances, and I would introduce Joe, and I would say, he's Pablo. This is my friend Joseph, he's Pablo, and I had to even learn how to say Pueblo. Yeah. And Joe was always right there to tell me, it's Pueblo. Pueblo.
Well, the Pueblo people live in
Yes.
villages, and they
Yes.
traditionally lived in villages.
Yes, and it's been very rewarding. I don't, like Joe, he just doesn't do pottery. He farms, and there are times when he has started doing something like whether it be sifting clay or pounding sand, sifting sand And if he has to go, or if he gets a call to where he has to go, he'll just call me and say, can you finish what I'm doing?
Take over, right.
Can you take over and finish what I'm doing? This is what I'm doing. But he knows I can't do what he does. I mean, that's his skill. And so,
Do you mean the coiling part and
yes,
the forming of
and
the
the
pot?
making, I have tried, my fingers keep going through the pot. I mean, but I do like making the figurines. So times when he has scraps of pottery left over, then he'll give me his scraps, and he'll say, okay, here you go, you can make you whatever you want to. And I pinch out just little figurines, and it's usually sheep.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
You're Navajo.
Yeah.
Oh,
And I just, one time, and that, when I started doing sheep, was I was thinking of my grandmother, and I really loved her. She was just a very wonderful person, and she gave a lot of, she was just very instructive. She was very quiet. She was very teachable. She was she hardly, it's because I was so young.
yeah. Did she speak English?
No, she couldn't write, and she only spoke Navajo, and there was a time I could hear her voice, instructing me to do things like wash your face, wash your hands, and here's a bucket, go and get me some kindling, stuff like that.
Well, all those grandmas, they never spoke English. And which was really nice, because then they passed that language on to their families. And the Navajos were basically nomadic, moving between summer and winter areas, and not living in communities, but instead more in isolation. And they moved around a lot until the federal government said, first there was the Trail of Tears, and the federal government marched them off their traditional lands and then marched them back eventually. And what that did, that exposure to disease and this treatment really wiped out a large percentage of the population. And they live in hogans, which is a wooden structure sometimes, and sometimes an adobe structure too, but mostly a wooden structure. Different, very different than the Pueblo people. And basically, they are not farmers like the Pueblo people were, because they weren't in one place long enough to really establish that. But when the Spaniards came, the Spaniards brought sheep with them, the churro sheep with the long hair, the long, gorgeous hair, and their weaving tradition was then translated first into blankets and then into rugs. And that's what the Navajos are basically known for these days. And absolutely beautiful and unbelievably intricate weavings. And are there weavers in your family?
My mother was. And before she passed, she had made each one of us a small little blanket. And but my grandmother, yes, she was a weaver. She had her sheep. She knew her sheep very well. She always knew when there was one lost, and we would have to go out and find them. My sisters and I remember herding sheep for her, and going on the horses. And it was a really pleasant and easy time. I mean, we were really watched over. We felt like we were, because we were just children being sent out.
We have a question? Well, I don't know if the microphones
So
picked
we
up that sound.
apologize if we lose power because we have a nice little lightning storm going on. But I do have a question, and it comes from Judith again.
Thanks, Judith.
And she is wondering if pickle juice is a name for something other than the vinegar pickling juice.
You mean a magic elixir that gets rid of cramps? Probably
Well,
not.
you go to the store and you go get some pickles, and they're in a jar, and
You eat them, and what's
you
left?
eat the pickles, and then what's left over is the juice, and that's what Kevin was referring to.
You keep the jar of pickle juice.
And then
Yeah.
you drink it down, and helps you with the cramps.
Yeah, and if we lose everyone, it's because that storm's getting closer and closer, and we see the flash and pretty much the sound almost at the same time. 2 years ago, there was a lightning strike right on the plaza, which is a half
Oh,
a
wow.
block away from us, that split a tree in half. It was really exciting. Yay!
Wow.
So we may lose power if that continues.
And one more comment, which is those little cups are children's toys. Wow.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if anyone out there can hear the thunder and see the lightning on YouTube, but the light changes in here when that lightning is really nice and close. But yay, we're going to get some rain, I hope.
Now, when Kevin was referring to drinking the pickle juice, he mentioned that he likes to have that available after a feast day or after the dance, because what we're doing is all day long we're dancing during the whole day. And if you can imagine dancing a whole day and then coming home in the evening, that's when you start getting the cramps. And so it's really critical to have that. When the drummers, sometimes when they're drumming all day for the dancers, you'll get cramps in your hand right in this area from holding the drumstick and from holding the drum up. And so you'll get cramps in your hands from doing that all day, because you usually don't hold the drum up all day long.
Well, maybe it's time to go on the internet and see, which is the source of all knowledge.
Yeah.
And I'm being really nasty by saying that, because you can believe everything you see on the internet. Maybe there's some home remedy for cramps that has to do with vinegar. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? Well, anyway, tell us more about your grandma and her sheep and your experiences on the res.
Well, my grandmother's medium was rug weaving, but I was so young that I just was there, when during the summers she would have like a little shade, which they would call a chapot, and she would be outside, and that's where she
Sitting on the ground.
sitting on the ground, and that's where she
with
would
a vertical
weave.
loom.
And that's where, and I stayed with her, I don't even know how many years, but I used to live with her, myself and my younger sisters. We would stay with her, and I just remember her. Weaving was just a really part of. It was her livelihood. That's what she did. She did it the traditional way of going out and gathering her own weeds, and she knew what kind of weeds that she needed to harvest to color her wool. and
that she
yes,
sheared off her own sheep.
and they were her, and so she would sell some of, a lot of her wool, but she always kept some for her rugs, and she would be spinning her yarn on those spindles, on her lap, and she would do that. She would. She never had a clothesline, but she used to use the sage bushes. After she would color her wool, she would just drape it over, and I think the worst part that I did not like was helping her. Oh my goodness, I forgot what it's called.
Carding?
Carding. Oh, that
I
was
saw
just
the movement.
Oh,
Take-
that was just the messiest job.
Well, what carding does is after the wool is cleaned, that carding lines up the hairs all in the same direction. And what it is, it's like a playing card made out of wood with a stick on the end of it and lots of little nails or pins coming through, so that it's like you're combing the hair so that they're all lined up in the same direction, so that when it's time to spin it, you can get a nice even thickness of the wool.
I recall a memory. My grandmother used to drape a canvas on our laps. My sisters and I remember just sitting there on the ground with them, and we would just be, just doing that, and we just looked forward to when we were done. I mean, it was such a messy job. It was just really messy, and it was, sometimes, and then our strength wasn't that, that good, but then you just kind of get that rhythm and knowing how to do it, and Grandma would tell us when it was done, and
Well, maybe it would have been more appetizing if Grandma would have told you that you were a sheep's hairdresser.
Yes, yeah, she was very knowledgeable. Especially since, and
Well,
then
you have to be if you can be good enough to make a living at it.
yes, and to remember, just to remember the design in your head of what you want to do. I mean, it's just
I think that's the part that I thought was the most remarkable, because it's a vertical loom. It has a certain length. It's not as like a loom where you use a shuttle to go back and forth, where you have a tremendous amount of warp threads. There's a limited number of warp threads. And so as you're weaving, you're rolling the piece up so that you can't see it. And when you get to the middle, you can't go back and say, well, now did I do 6 rows here and 12 rows there? Or was it 12 rows and 8 rows? Because you can't, if you release the tension on that loom, you get sort of a lumpy row that is very, very obvious. And so the tension has to remain uniform throughout the whole weaving process. And I asked one of the Navajo weavers once, how do you do that? You've made this complicated design, and you're weaving away, and then if the pattern is such that it's symmetrical, so that it comes out like you have a border and maybe a diamond design, you're halfway up the diamond, and how do you know what to do for the rest of the diamond? I said, how do you ever figure that out? And she said, what I do is I just unweave the rug. So I weave it to the center, and then I unweave it to the other end. And so you just click that button in reverse and do the last thing you did first, And then the next to the last thing you do next until you get to the end of the rug, and you wind up with this perfectly symmetrical
Wow.
piece. It's unbelievable how well that works. I would think the dyeing process would be the worst, only because it would smell bad.
You know, I don't remember that.
You don't remember that?
I don't remember that.
Oh.
I just remember her, you know, coloring. I mean, I just remember going on walks with her.
Yeah.
And, but then I was so young that, you know, I remember her telling me about this plant, and I just remember her talking to me about it, but I guess for me it was like too complicated,
Yeah.
you know. And so, but she would tell me, you know, she would just talk to me and tell me what color it was going to give off, and she would tell me that it would be to color her wool. So it was nice.
Well, since you switched tribal locations and are in Santa Clara, what part of the pottery making, besides the laboring stuff in the beginning, do you perform, you know, with Joe's pieces?
If he was going to carve this bowl, he would put the design on it when it was be like halfway dry. And then he would just draw the design on, and then he would have me carve it out.
So the one piece over there that is rather flat, that has those indentations, those carving lines in it, is that something you would have done?
No, that was more of a incising of a chipping. It's more deeper and broader.
So I just have a comment, and it's from S. Gay, and she says, thanks for sharing the stories about the pickle juice and being so patient as demonstrators.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, as they're being grilled by me. I went, oh, by the way, it was pouring outside. Hallelujah, the streets are all wet, the water's running down. It's wonderful. And it may last another few minutes, but then it looks like it's going to go on its way. But at least it's something. Even a tenth of an inch is welcome.
So this one is ready to carve. Just need to let it dry now to leather hard, then I can put the serpent on there or whatever I'm going to carve. It's the right thickness, and so I can do a deep carve on that one. That one's all ready, so I just let that one dry out and take it home and finish it up.
Now,
So
will you do that carving? He'll draw the design and you do the carving?
He would he would put the design on, I'd carve it out, and then and then he would take over again from there. And while I'm carving, he's working on another bowl. And so all of the bowls have been made by Joseph, and even the design is by Joseph. He'll tell me what to do, and or if he wanted it just painted, if he wants it painted, then he'll tell me what kind of design he would like on there, and then I would paint it.
Well, this is an unusual gender reversal, because I know in lots of the Pueblos and traditionally pottery making was women's work. And the women did that while the guys were out, you know, chasing after dinner or the hope of dinner on the hoof. And that men thought that they could, their participation was in the decoration. And traditionally men were painters. And so to go from one surface to paint to a piece of pottery surface to paint was an easy transition. But for the most part, those gender roles have been sort of muddied over the years, and there are men potters that do absolutely everything, but there are still women potters that have their husbands or partners do their decorating, which had been more of a tradition. But all of that has changed so much, and I think part of the reason is economics, because a good potter can make a very decent living these days. And so, you go to the grocery store in the meat department, and you don't have to worry about chasing down dinner. And so those men that have the talent and the ability and the willingness they do the whole part of the pottery making process now.
I remember when I was a little guy, we talked about the Longwood family. And so his dad,
Camilio.
His dad.
I love Camilio, this skinny little guy with his long braids. And he had the best sense of humor. I remember he came into the gallery one day with Joseph and with Joseph's wife. I don't know which one, but with Joseph's wife, and he was pointing to his boots, and it was like, Camilio, what's up with the boots? And he said, well, look at the holes in them. I left my boots out on the porch, and the grasshoppers ate them, which was an out-and-out lie, because grasshoppers don't eat boots. But that he wanted me to believe that the grasshoppers ate his boots. He was a real character. Anyway, I'm sorry for the interruption. I couldn't wait to say that.
I have to remember that one.
Yeah, the grasshoppers ate his boots.
But when they were first starting doing that, introducing this sgraffito back into the culture, it was really. At that time, it was still what you were talking about. The ladies did entirely the pottery. That was what they did. That was their. And then, like you said, the men helped and support in that area. Like my grandfather, he would. His main deal when I was a kid was that he would be out taking care of the cattle, taking care of the fields, growing the corn, growing the alfalfa. Doing all the stuff he needed to do to put food away for the winter.
Yeah, what guys do.
And then he would come home for lunch, and he would help his my aunt make pottery. He would make pottery too, but his was just more just figurines, just what he could do over lunchtime, and that was it. But he didn't polish. He didn't do any of that. His daughter did all that.
Yeah. Women's work.
Yes, that was women's work.
Women's work.
And so when Camille started doing that in Joseph Longwood, it was like, they're not supposed to do that. The whole village was like, no, it was really taboo. It was like, they were breaking a barrier that shouldn't be. You shouldn't go there.
They were breaking through the glass ceiling of pottery making.
Exactly.
Yeah, there we go.
and so as they went on further and kept doing it, and they started making pretty good money at it, economics.
Yeah.
Then other men, hey, well, maybe it's not so bad. So they just started seeing a shift right about that time, and I think it was really them. When I go back and think, they're the ones that kind of set the stage where it's okay to do this, and so a lot of men. That's where that change started to happen, and it's been good for the economics in the different families.
Well, I don't know if you could still say that pottery making is more women's work than it is men, because it seems as though now that, especially at Santa Clara, And if you look at the Tafoya family, and that, you know, the Youngblood side, there's Nathan, and then Nancy, his sister, has 3 sons, and at least 2 of them are potters. And you look at Tony Roller and her kids and her grandchildren. There are lots of guys.
Jeff and his brothers.
And then all their kids.
Ebelackers.
The Ebelackers are the same way.
Richard and his sons.
And so it's no longer just women's work. And I think, you know, dollars can be a real driving force.
Definitely.
In lots of cultures. And speaking of dollars, we probably have another, maybe another half an hour or so where we're going to just keep chatting on here. I can hardly believe all that time has gone by.
It went by fast.
It went by fast.
It did.
Time goes by faster when you're having fun.
Really.
But speaking of dollars, the reason that we're here, one of the reasons that we're here is so that we can help Joseph and Kevin's family by selling some of their pieces, and we will be available. And we want you to know that before we sign off, that if the spirit moves you, that we certainly would appreciate you adding one of their gorgeous pieces to your collection. And if you don't have a collection, well, it's a nice rainy day in Santa Fe. I think it's the day to start one. And I mean, haven't you heard that all collections start on rainy days? No, I just made that up. What the heck?
But we do, and we will appreciate your frog skins to keep us afloat.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. That's why we're here. And I really, truly believe that. And supporting the Native American community in this way is something that is very close to my heart, and something that really makes me feel good. And so, you know, there is an altruistic side to all of this, of course. And I like the idea that when I come into the gallery every day, that I'm just surrounded with all this beauty. First of all, I mean, that never gets old. And then I see all these Native American families, and quite frankly, I've been doing this so long that they're getting old. Of course, I'm not. But I've seen now a couple generations, because we started off with those grandmas a long time ago, and now we're seeing kids like your 6-year-old who is well on his way to becoming an exhibitor in this gallery, which would really, really be fun. I love carrying the kids' stuff, and I love seeing what they do. Barbara Gonzalez, who is from San Ildefonso Pueblo, when one of her kids was really little, he made me a reduction-fired black, maybe 2-inch long cell phone with the pipe cleaner for an antenna that came out of the cell phone. And I've seen other kids' pieces with dinosaurs on them, and with a television set drawn on the piece of pottery, which is really, really fun.
The start of MTV.
Exactly.
The logo.
And so, seeing that next generation in its beginning stages is really fun and exciting, and then to see what happens as they get older, because some have so much talent. It's just frightening. I swear it's in the water, but I keep drinking it, nothing happens.
In fact, I was looking at one of my early pieces that you guys have.
We have an early one.
And that was pretty nice to see that from, like, I would say back in late 80s, early 90s.
Wow, wow.
I didn't two-tone them back then, so it probably had to be like in the 80s. Back in the 80s.
Is there a
So-
date on the bottom of it? If there's a tag, you can peel it off. It comes right. You can stick it right back on. That was really nice work, Kevin.
No, there's no
No date.
date. But yeah, this is one of them. Look at my designing from.
It's like
Compared to
visiting
now.
an old friend, like someone you went to high school with.
Yeah. Still pretty good.
Yeah,
Still
no
really
kidding.
good. That's pretty neat.
But
I was
if-
telling Derek I saw that and I looked at it and I said, I should draw some wildlife on it.
you mean you're going to fix it up?
Yeah.
Oh no, I think it's really wonderful, just the way it
Oh, yeah.
is. That was the intention.
In fact, like how you're doing like this with us, and one of my first shows was with my mom out in Taos at a
At
gallery
Jerry.
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
With and those were some of the first wildlife that I did, and it was when I think I was in 5th grade or 6th grade, and my mom kept some of those pieces, I think like 2 pieces, and I look at the wildlife from the back then to now. It makes me laugh, but my son, he's 16, and boy, he's sure doing real good because he'll etch on pottery too, and he's gotten orders that people are waiting for, but I don't know when he's gonna get to them. It's hard getting them to work.
He'll grow out of that eventually.
Yeah.
But hopefully you keep some of those early pieces of your
Really?
kids' because you can then do the same thing that
Yeah.
repeat what you did looking at those pieces.
It's
Well-
pretty neat to see old pieces like that.
Yeah, old friends.
Yeah, definitely.
Old friends.
Yeah. But yeah, I remember that show was one of the first shows. And
Well, you wouldn't have needed a very big table.
no,
Because Kevin's mom is a very well-known miniature maker. And by miniature, less than an inch. I'm sure she
Yeah.
could put all of her inventory in the pieces that she's made in the last
In a
10
little
years
box.
in a shoebox and still have plenty of room left over.
exactly.
But tiny, tiny pieces that she does, which is great. And your sister, Monica?
Yeah, Monica, she does the same thing.
Monica does miniatures as
yeah.
well.
And
Was
then
it the apple doesn't fall far from the tree? Maybe it's the nut doesn't fall far from the tree because it's crazy to do those little teeny weeny little pieces.
yeah, she sure has some really miniatures.
Oh, here you go.
Oh,
Here's one of your mama's pieces.
no, this is my Aunt May's. Yeah,
That's May Tapia?
me.
Yeah, this May's. This one's one of my
Did you
Aunt
pick
May's
up the
pieces.
wrong one?
Yeah, must have.
Uh-oh. So that miniaturization travels in the family.
Oh yeah,
And May Tapia is Jerry Naranjo's sister?
cousin. They're cousins.
Cousin.
Yeah,
Oh, everybody's cousins at the Pueblo.
yeah. That's a real nice piece.
Because, it's a big family. And even though they may not be blood related, they're still cousins.
Yeah, here's my mom's.
Just incredible work. How difficult to make these
She sure has some
tiny
nice
pieces.
vases. They have good eyes. That's my mom's.
Well, Kevin,
Yeah.
what would you like the world to know about you?
Oh, I enjoy doing my work. I enjoy my job.
And that is your job.
In fact, my dad was the one that kind of got mad at me. I had to, well, the economy slowed down back in 2008.
Oh, yeah.
And so I had to get a job, and he kind of got on my case, and he sure tells me, he goes, "God, you got, God-given talent. He goes, you should keep at it, even though it slowed down."
Anybody can be a greeter at Walmart, but
Yeah.
not anybody can do what you're doing.
And so I did. I slowed down, and I got a job, and it was fun. It was something different, but
Was that your guiding job?
yeah, the tour guiding, and then
Yeah.
after that, doing meat cutting, and then doing dishwashing.
You were a butcher?
That, and then I remember when I was over there with my kids and their mom, and I was the one doing the dishes like Joe all the time. I said, I should just become a dishwasher and get paid for it. And so I did. I became a dishwasher. And I worked at that for a while. Then after that, maintenance at a gas station. But now it's like
Yeah, you're back where you belong.
Yeah, I listened to
Back
my
where you
dad, and
belong.
I said I better do the ideas that I still have to that I want to accomplish with the pottery. So I'm very happy to be working with clay and I enjoy my work, and I'm fortunate I can look at my stuff, and even if it don't sell and it sits there for a while, I get to look at it, and then eventually it'll sell, and then that's kind of a hard part, is to say goodbye to a big piece, but knowing that it goes to a good home.
Well, you
It's pretty
spent
neat.
450 hours with that piece.
Yeah.
That's more time than some husbands and wives spend together
Really do.
before they get a divorce.
What's that saying here in New Mexico? Marriage lasts like road construction here in New Mexico. It's always happening. It never ends.
It's always happening and it never ends.
But
But we sure are lucky to be here, and we got some rain today. I mean, hallelujah, huh?
Yeah,
Hallelujah.
definitely.
Life is good. I just hope it rained at our house.
yeah, and I hope it rained over there. When we were coming this way this morning, there was a fire that started
there's a fire
up. So
in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains.
Yeah,
Do you know anything about that fire?
no, I don't. I just saw it
Yeah.
started this morning.
Yeah. And usually the lack of rain, the drought, and the
Yeah.
fire season go hand in hand. And, we were just talking the other day that we've been so lucky because it was so dry and there haven't been any fires around here. And sure enough, there was one today that maybe this rain helped out.
Yeah. But no, I just, fortunate that, we're blessed with our pottery, Mother Clay. She's providing for us, and we're always told, as long as you do pottery, you can always put food on your table and clothes on your back. And if you're not going to sell it monetary, you can always trade it for stuff you need too. And I've had to, I didn't have to, but it was nice to be able to trade for stuff that I needed.
Well, I think that the culture that I belong to walk in here and say, oh, what a lot of pretty things. And, this one's going to look just really nice on my mantle, but this one's too big for the shelf in the living room. And when Native Americans walk through the door, they look at the pieces as part of their religion.
Yeah.
And it's the extension of their religion. It's the material culture of their religion. And it has a completely different meaning. And what is the most important part. You know, in my culture, the object, what you see in front of you is the most important part. And for you guys, it's the process. So it's easier to give it up because it's already done what it needs to do for you personally, instead of having it be the final product that is what's important.
Yeah, in fact, you know, when I come in, I like to look at all the pieces in here, and it gives you inspiration to go back home and work some more from just other people's work.
Yeah.
And that's always nice.
Wow. Well, we're going to start winding down just a little bit.
Okay.
What I wanted to do is talk to people a little bit about what's coming next. Tomorrow we have Sherry Tafoya, who's also from Santa Clara. But look at how different the final product is. She carves into the surface rather than doing that fine etched work, or just plain beautiful polished pieces that Joe and Eunice do. The next day is Jackie Shtiva from Yakima doing this wonderful corrugated ware where she leaves the coils exposed and then with her finger puts indentations into the exposed coils. The day after that is Carolyn Concho, who I really, really like. What a fun person she is. She does small plates and small seed pots with Mimbres pottery designs. And these are all natural paints, all these colored paints that you see on here. You know, she's a real chemist when it comes to figuring out what everything that looks sort of brown in the dirt, if you grind it up and mix it with water and put it, you know, heat it up in the firing, that you wind up with some of the various colors that she has found. And then the day after that is Santa Clara again, with a completely different style of sgraffito by Sammy Naranjo. And also we will have Melanie Gutierrez. They are partners, and Melanie does turtles with this kind of work on the turtles. But anyway, I hope you will join us. I hope you'll tell your friends about us. And if you haven't been able to tune in to the earlier ones, you can find them all on YouTube. If you go to YouTube and then search for Andrea Fisher Fine Pottery, all 10 of the previous ones will be up, and this one will be up in a couple hours. So you'll be able to view this as well. But what I'd like to do with you guys is to say thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for who you are. Thank you for joining us and sharing your experiences and your craft and your talent with the whole world, and that it was a joy and it was a pleasure, and I can't say enough to show my appreciation for what you do for me and my son in this business. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting us and letting us be here. It didn't take overnight to do what you've accomplished, but the way I see it, you accomplished what you've accomplished because what's in your heart and what you've seen and what you've experienced, just what you're saying, and all the things that who you are comes through, and what you're doing here in the gallery, and how you're helping the different artists as they come through, and that big thanks, because that takes a lot of energy, that takes a lot of work, that takes many years of. It shows where your heart is.
Well, sometimes it feels like a a million years, and other times it feels like, no, I just started this a couple months ago, not 27 years ago, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But, part of that joy is getting to know the people who make it. I mean, yes, I love the historic pieces, but I don't know those people who made those historic pieces. I know the people who make the pieces today, and I love it that we can celebrate our friendship by sitting around and talking for many hours about, what you do and how you make this world a more beautiful place.
Yeah, thank you for having us here. I really appreciate what you've done for us and helping us out through the pandemic, and especially this time of the year. We would be in the market for the weekend, and it really definitely helps us in this pandemic, and I really appreciate being here and having my stuff here.
And people should know that we always have your stuff here.
Mm-hmm.
And so, except Joe and Eunice's, because they don't make as much. And so we don't get to see as many of their pieces, but we have a nice selection now. And for people out there, you can always find them on our website. And if you have any questions or need any help, please, don't hesitate. And now that you know the people that actually make the pieces that you can add to your collection or start a collection, makes all the difference in the world. And Mr. Derek, are we winding down?
Sure.